Hello,
How are you doing today?
I am well.
That's good to hear. So, to understand what's happening today, this is an investigator, correct?
A detective specifically, but yes, he will be performing an investigation.
All right. From whom?
I believe under the. How to put this? Understanding that the Japanese officials would like to understand what happened and why it happened. He has been asked to find out why.
Oh, their classic understatement. So, we shouldn't refer to him as an investigator. He's a visitor coming here to talk to us.
Yes,
But we
he
will treat him as one.
has requested to perform a few interviews with people.
Okay. Were you going to be up for this?
I believe so. I have had some
That's
time
good.
to process.
How'd I knew you were going to say that? It's almost like we're connected. Like I used to be when I was a demon.
Almost.
Connected to people. Should we go greet them or wait here?
I believe they are on their way. They should be here shortly. It would be a good idea.
No. I'm kind of excited, but also a little nervous.
As am I.
I wonder who's going to be in today. I have a concern, Some of our members don't quite have the best way of communicating, wisdom when it comes to what they say.
Of course.
We should have someone, if allowed, we should have someone sit on in the interviews.
I
Excuse
will
me,
request
the
it.
friendly talks. Sounds good. I think this is the only time I've ever been here when it's just been you and I.
Luna is
Other than,
upstairs.
oh, other than when I was injured, I think.
You have
And
been
then I
very
wasn't
busy.
doing a lot of talking. I'm trying to do my best to make sure that we run a smooth, well oiled machine over at the Lotus.
Of course, and I appreciate that.
It gets busy, and sometimes it's not busy. Oh, I'm tipping over. And recently it's been pretty good. We've actually had almost like a resurgence in the visitors who are coming in. Lots of new people, many new faces.
That is good to hear. Luna, would you
And
like to come and say hello to Miss May?
oh,
Hello, Missy.
hello. You look like a tiny little Annie. It's nice to meet you.
Oh, I'm a tiny little Luna. Hello. It's nice to meet you too.
That's a pretty name. What were you, if I may ask, do you know if there's an origin for your name or just because it sounded pretty?
Mother told me that it came from one of Brim's siblings.
Oh,
Brim had
I
3
didn't know she.
siblings.
One of them named Luna?
Luna, Jaden, and Reyna.
Luna, Jaden, and Raina. They're all such pretty names. They just flow off the tongue. I like that. I don't know what my original
Hello, Miss
name was.
Crystal.
Oh, Miss
How
Crystal.
is Kralik doing?
I don't know.
I am concerned. If he loses control, especially at a time like this. Do you know if he has left?
He hasn't been around at all.
I see.
I've tried reaching out to him, especially after recent events, because I want to be with him and not be Anyways,
Once this is over,
I'll be
I
with
will
you.
try to reach
He's-
out to him. I'm worried
yeah,
about his
he is,
safety.
I'm incredibly worried for him and also just I miss.
Mhm. Mm.
Yeah.
Hello, Sarita.
Hello, Serilda.
How are y'all doing?
I am operational.
Good.
Considering the circumstances, I am well.
That's good to hear.
Hey, need the key.
Mm.
Hello, Luna.
Okay, now I made it. Hello.
Hello.
Where'd Lady Crystal go?
She went with Miss Serilda.
Miss
I'm
Sarita's
right
right
behind
here.
you.
Never mind.
But, Miss May, what is the reason for your visit?
Well, I usually start my day here. I live down on the 6th
Oh?
dorm on the left-hand side.
I must have missed you.
She has been very
Apologies.
busy.
I usually
Mm.
get up and head straight to work and start washing everything and doing bookkeeping.
Understood.
And also stopping my boss from making questionable decisions, as he tends to do.
Understood.
He has not done anything else, has he?
Oh, no. This is mostly like finding a new shiny and ordering it. Or buying sample drinks from everywhere in the world and trying them out all at once. And everyone getting drunk and then partying. You know.
I
Bar
see. Yes.
And also now, apparently, he's kind of fallen in love with his new office, so I find him in there kind of rubbing his desk a whole lot more than he needs to. Seems to be a big fan of his new room. Especially the desk.
I see. I will keep this
He
in the
really
mind.
likes his new desk.
I will keep this in mind
He-
for the future. Perhaps he
Mhm.
particularly enjoys desks.
He really likes it a whole lot.
There's a pot of prepared tea if anyone would like some in the kitchen.
Thank you.
For now, I will wait here for Detective Esso.
That's his name, Mr. Esso?
Oh,
Detective.
good afternoon, Mother.
Good morning.
Hello.
Oh, Mara!
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi.
You rested well?
Not particularly, but I'll be alright. What?
Wow.
Oh, hello, little one.
Hello, Grandma.
I've been working on changing my outfit.
How are you doing,
so-
dear?
I sent a
I am
design off to
operational.
a tailor, and they just sent me a picture of what it would
That's
look
good.
like.
I see.
Miss
I will look
I'm
forward to
really
having it
if you would like some.
finished.
Oh, absolutely.
putting it on me. Yeah. I can't
Yes.
Do you want to come with me?
I will look
It'd be
forward to
lovely
this.
to see. Your
would
outfits
love to.
are always enjoyable. Show me the way, then.
This one got a little Well, I still like it.
Mother.
like this.
I
Yes,
will be
Luna?
back. I will show Mother
time for a
where the
change.
tea is.
Yes, Lady Crystal just finished a
Right.
batch of tea.
Fresh
Mm. Yeah.
Right.
Come on.
It's me, but it's the me of the past. And I feel it's time to accept that change. Come on, I'm not going to be fighting anymore. I recognize that. So, time to dress appropriately as a diplomat. I don't. Oh. Esso. Is that the name? I have it correctly.
Yes, Detective Esso.
Detective Esso. All right.
Yes,
I
that
will make
is
sure.
at least the title he gave me.
Do you know, by any chance, if they're from the country? Or.
I do not know, specifically no.
20 months, nerd.
All right.
Almost
I'll
2
see if he
years,
hands
and
over
I'll
a
see you
business card.
soon. 3.
We'll know at that point.
It's a shame I haven't brushed up on my Japanese in a little while.
Let's see. I don't remember the correct greeting for a business
Thank you,
meeting.
Sachi.
The correct greeting, I should say, for a business meeting. I know a lot of casual greetings,
Yes.
like saying "Welcome back" or "I'll be back" or saying "It's really tasty." That one I'm very familiar with. I say it a whole lot. Oh shit!
Was she?
Means tasty
Yes.
or yummy. If you're from California, apparently it means yummy because they say that in every interview, or not every review I see for every restaurant ever. You'll find, if they write a bunch, you'll find at least 3 or 4 yummies in there.
I see.
Californians are weird people. They're very strange. Hi, welcome back. Why do you have horns now?
It's a
You know,
long story.
I had meant to ask that last time I was here as well. Last time I saw you.
I love stories.
It's, well, from what I can gather, it's part of an anti-magic system my mother. And I seem to have hit the door.
Yeah. It happens to me too. Anti-magic
Yeah.
system, your mother?
Put into my body. It only prevents me from magic, which is good. Thankfully, it doesn't ripple out towards others.
Was there a risk to you?
Not really a risk. No, she just didn't like me using it. That amongst other things, but she's never been the best type of person.
Never been the best kind of person. You mean your mother?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sad. I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't be. Nothing of much value to her, and
Oh. So that was installed without your permission then?
yeah. That, another AI, and other things.
Zerrilla,
What are the...
you were in Ikrion the past day or so.
Yeah.
How were things there, if I might ask?
Hello.
Alright. Hey, everybody. Sorry to be a bother about all this, but formalities and whatnot, 21 people and everything, so.
Yes, you must be Detective Esso.
Well, I don't see a whole lot of other weird blue demons with big ass tails around here, so apparently I am.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to you all as well. Sorry about all this. Promise you I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to. This all happened. This all happened out of the blue, so we could try to deal with this as soon as possible. Get out of your guys' hair. Do have to say though, that's a fancy ass cathedral you guys got in there.
Thank you. I take great pride in my home.
Did you make all this?
Not personally by hand, no, but the design is mine. Yes.
Okay, alright, well. You've got a good, well, the floating babies freak me out. They got a good taste in architecture.
I took inspiration from what I saw.
Right.
Hybris has a certain aesthetic gift for making good use of space.
Apparently. Okay, well, fantastic. And as much as I would love to talk about how nice the walls look, I need to talk to your current leadership for the time being. Try to get you guys a rundown on what I'm trying to do.
All right.
Of course. If you would come with myself and Miss May.
Hello. I'm May Wynn.
That's
I
a
handle
pleasure to meet you.
logistics for Aegis. And of course,
Understood.
Hybris here is our leader.
As I've
Please
been
follow
told.
us. We'll introduce you to everyone else later.
Sounds good.
Now then. Detective Esso, would you like to take a seat or would you prefer to stay standing?
Oh, don't worry, I've been sitting for the past 2 to 3 hours talking to people, so if I could stand and move my legs a little bit, that'd be fantastic.
Of course.
Yeah, that and the whole portal here. I hate portals. I don't know about you guys, it makes my stomach feel all weird. Probably not you so much, but yeah.
No,
Thought
of
it was
course
better.
not, but I understand the discomfort.
Right. Alright, well. Fun part over, unfortunately, so here's what we have to talk. 21 people. Different country. Whole other batch of rules. A lot of people really pissed off. A unique creature that is rare, beyond understanding, is now gunned down by said police, causing a bunch of other issues where now there is a slight civil conflict, being that you guys, not you guys, but, well, kind of you guys let a creature die that was then killed by certain people, so now there's two sides kind of fighting their own little battle over there, and now the Yakuza has to deal with it, which, that's a whole other story, but unfortunately, the blame falls on you. And now I'm here to help clear up some mist so that maybe, you know, you guys don't become public enemy number one, because looks like you guys put a lot of work into all this, so it'd be
When
a
you
shame.
say blame, which organization or people would be assessing this blame, if I may ask?
Right now I'm coming in as a, we'll say, investigator for the people of Japan, as well as other parties that I am not of obligation to speak of. But just know, there's no super secret bad guy in all this, don't worry. I too watch anime and whatnot. Just people that would like to know that the people who are working here, maybe some of the more special people, the unique beings, are safe and are not being used as cannon fodder for something a lot worse than it needs to be.
Of course. Thank you.
Don't worry.
Of course.
The case hit my desk and I immediately gripped upon it the second I saw it, because I've got some friends who have been helped by you guys before, and even I'd like to know what went down.
Well, we thank you for your interest.
No worries.
How would
So
you...
the way that we, oh,
Please continue.
you're saying, I'm sorry. Okay. The way that we're gonna run this is if you guys have just some place where I could do one-on-ones with some people. If one of you would like to sit in there with me as well, please feel free. You guys don't look like the kind to intimidate people whenever they're talking, so it'd be nice to have someone in there to make people feel comfortable. Bring the people around. I can talk to them one by one. Then after that, I will be talking to the both of you. Try to get some stuff down, try to get some stuff cleared up. Maybe see if maybe this really is just a big crazy thing that happened out of nowhere, or if it's something more. I'm putting a little bit of faith in the fact that you guys aren't stupid, evil, or crazy, so hopefully this clears up in just a matter of minutes.
Of course.
Oh, in terms of the order of interviewing it, would it be possible for me to go early? I unfortunately have to get to the Lotus.
Of course, of course. You need to go first? You go first.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. This may also be advisable. There is some other information I have unearthed concerning what may have caused this. I would prefer to keep it somewhere more private for the sake of those involved, more specifically.
Right.
We could use the training arena.
I suppose that would be acceptable, yes. There is no need for it at the moment. I will lead you both there.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Spellcasting style and not really the big hulking armor I'm used to.
This way.
A little bit too much white for my taste, but still fancy.
We find it is useful to provide a lot of room for some of the sparring that occurs for training the agents and how to carefully deploy their abilities.
Yes.
Now, how often do you guys resort to violence?
It is considered to be a last resort. We prefer peaceful negotiations in front of more hostile.
Okay. Now, when your situations do result to violence, what's normally the kill count on your jobs? You can give me a roundabout guesstimate.
Depending on the deployment, we have aided in several different tactical deployments, as we would like to refer to them as. These
Now,
tactical
when I say
deployments.
when I say kill people, I don't mean killing bad robots or dealing with that little purge incident you guys did such a good job clearing up. I'm talking about people, like living beings, as in they can talk and are made of, parts you can't just replace at an auto store.
I see. Going through my records of the past year and a half since Aegis's initial conception, I am only finding record of a total of 6 individuals who lost their lives due to Aegis's activities. That were
Most
not
of the time we
either
prefer
considered...
to capture.
Yes.
Gotcha. And what do you normally do to people you've captured?
We hand them over to the authorities.
Yes.
Often we do missions on behalf of the Federation.
Yes. The Intergalactic Federation.
How long have you been linked up with these guys? Get roundabout guesstimate time. I know you guys
Since
can't
the
give me
beginning of our
specifics right now.
conception.
Beginning of the conception. So you get
Yes, our first missions were for the Federation. Commissioned assignments. Things they were looking for extra aid on that they could not take care of themselves at the time.
Now, this leads on to a couple of other conversations that's going to require some more interrogative things. So, if you'd like, we could start. Hybris, I'd like to ask you questions a little bit later. First, I want to try to get through everybody to try to get an idea of what all went down, if you don't mind.
Of course.
I think he's saying you should leave.
Of course.
Oh no.
No?
She's gonna be staying in here. That way, people
Okay.
at least feel comfortable. So, basically, I'm just saying that, Ms. Hybris, you are going to be in watch mode for the time being. I apologize about that.
Of course. I will stay in watch mode.
All right. So, Ms. You said your name was Mai?
Maywin.
Maywin. Okay. My apologies for saying your name wrong.
No problem. I'm the logistics manager, and I'm an officer of Aegis.
Okay. So how'd you know Noru? Just as an associate, as a friend, lover, A, B?
I
C or
would
D?
consider Noru a personal friend who I've known since I've been here, basically. I was actually the person who gave her first job. We hired
Okay,
her at
so
the Lotus.
you have a close connection, or you'd say?
I did initially. Over time, we've grown distance due to her not being present that often. I
Where
would
is
be at the Lotus,
she-
and I wouldn't see her.
Where is she normally at if she's not present?
It kind of depends on the time. She tends to give herself different missions to go undertake, and then she'll disappear and go incommunicado for sometimes up to a month or two.
Now, is this required for her jobs?
Most of those are not deployments that come from Aegis. It's missions she's undertaken on her own, often with her other
So-
friends, like Evie, for example.
Is this Evie here?
Evie is not a member of Aegis. In fact, she is not allowed to come into these premises.
Is there a reason for that?
She has violent tendencies. I was the one who implemented the ban on her.
Okay. Friends with violent tendencies. Now, how often did this Ms. Noru resort to violence?
It's fascinating to ask that because Noru was one of the strongest advocates against violence. In fact, there were a number of long conversations we had where she would insist that violence was a resort that should never be taken, that we should always attempt to capture even beings
So
that
you
were
want me to
unreasonable.
believe that someone who is an advocate against violence suddenly, with no preface to the situation, just so happened to snap and kill 21 people?
Well, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm giving you the factual information I have. I can tell you what I have personally observed from her and the many debates she and I had. I was on the other side often because I believe that there is a right time to make use of violence. She
It's understandable.
never would compromise, is what she expressed to me many times. Hybris can
So-
attest to this and has recordings of her doing so quite vociferously.
No worries. I don't plan on trying to get any information in that way, Hybris, or try to get you to play anything. Hopefully, I'm hoping we could just talk this out, so
Sure, no problem.
don't worry about that. But if you are so certain that she is an advocate against violence and is someone who tried to go for the more light-sided route, how can you explain what happened to her exactly?
I would be unable to explain it. Unfortunately, not only have I not seen her that much recently, but I was not part of this event that occurred. I was back at the Lotus overseeing the bar.
That is where you were documented to be.
Mhm.
Now, do you know if Noru did drugs?
I'm not aware of her doing anything that we would consider illegal substances. She was a drinker for a time, but as I understand it, she's been sober for many months, in terms of alcohol at least.
She's an avid drinker, but you guys was an avid drinker. Okay. Well, that could explain some anger, but not enough. You said that she doesn't do drugs, but do you guys
Not
have
that I'm
drugs
aware of.
here?
We do, of the medical variety specifically. We have a medical bay that I use to treat those who are injured amongst our
You
agents.
got you got oxycodone?
Yes, we do.
Noted. Now, with Noru,
Mhm.
I know that her species is a little bit more on the rare side due to the events that occurred to her kind. Why wasn't she under a better watchful eye? You have any idea? She normally get to just go off on her own. Why wasn't she more, I don't know, given a partner, a teammate, someone who can keep an eye on her so, another one of her kind doesn't just, I don't know, get mowed down by a bunch of cops or something.
Noru greatly valued her personal time and privacy. There were times where we actually implemented watching on her, where we would install a bug, for example, with her knowledge, to follow her, to keep an eye on her, to record what she was doing. But inevitably, she'd always want these trackers removed. She chafed under those types of restrictions.
Okay.
So it was attempted. It was asked multiple times of her to undertake this, to stay safe and careful. But she was always a very independent spirit.
Now, how did Noru normally act around everyone else?
Funny. She had a wonderful sense
Funny.
of humor. She cared a great deal about other people, about their lives and happiness. The reason we initially hired her at the Lotus is because she would light up the room when she'd come in. She'd make people laugh and have a good time.
Now, I'm trying really hard to believe you. I am. I genuinely mean that. The problem is, her body was to be examined. And I have not gotten enough information to hear about what I would like to. But from at least the little bits of information that I have received from little parties, there's no major sign of anything that would just cause her to snap. There's some leftover discussion about some kind of corruption that she had apparently dealt with before, but from what I understand, one of you had apparently dealt with it. You say that she doesn't.
Yes, an associate of our organization, known as Vale, someone who I have been working with in regards to similar corruptions. We've had a run-in with this recently, and Noru was one of the individuals affected, more seriously than most. Vale had taken great care to make sure that the corruption was fully removed, but there was significant amounts of scarring left behind. We found traces of this in my scans, the ones I sent to you.
Do you. And I know this question is a little bit private, and I understand if you say no. Do you still have her body here?
Yes, currently. It is downstairs in the labs. It is currently being stored and cooled to help keep it
Would
preserved.
it be alright if after these talks I could see it?
If it is necessary, yes, but otherwise I would prefer to keep it left alone for the time being.
I don't wish to touch her, and I don't wish to do anything like that. I've got a special little tool, we'll call it, that could help me see how bad this corruption was. If we find out that it turns out that it's just that she just did not get the proper care that was needed, and it turns out she just snapped from corruption, that could help in your guys' case.
Of course. If it is
No worries,
necessary,
don't
then I
plan on-
will bring you to the body.
Good. We'll take care of it after these talks at the very least, because I need to make sure that there's nothing going on. Obviously, if you'd understand.
Of course.
Now, this is my... What would you say? Who do you think is the leader of Aegis? And I want your opinion. Because I know that we could all sit here all day and say that Hybris is clearly the leader, but to some of you, maybe that's bullshit. Who would you say is the leader of Aegis?
I would say both morally and as part of our organizational structure, all of us are pretty firm in our belief that Hybris is the leader of our organization. Not only is she the heart of Aegis, as in her ethics and morals guide us, but she helped organize everything. She hired all of us, has overseen our training, helps us when we need, is supportive and kind, and understanding even when brought into conflict with others. I mentioned, for example, that Noru had a way of expressing herself. We got into fights about the use of force, and Hybris was always there mediating with her. Even former members who left, Leaf, for example, Hybris would allow them to speak their mind fully in front of all of us, let them present their case, and then we would discuss it as adults.
Well, congratulations, you guys. At least for the time being, sound like do-gooders. And as much as I wish that would be enough, I gotta make sure that everything's alright. If I don't do a proper investigation, I'm not doing my job right. So.
Understandable, of course.
Of course.
Now, one last question, Ms. Moon. You've been a part of Aegis for a good long time, am I right?
I was among the first batch who was brought in as
First
an
batch.
employee. Yes.
Okay. Well, what do you think of the organization you help run now? What do you think of your people? Are there any bad apples? Anyone that I should specifically be talking to? 'Cause I'm talking to everybody, but if there's someone that you think might be problematic, I could push them a little bit to try to see if there's something going on. Maybe give you guys information that you guys could use on someone who just decided to close up a little bit.
I would say that over my exposure to Aegis, I've seen so much concern and effort given to better each other. There are many a night when we'd come here to spar and we'd end up laughing together, having a good time, supporting each other. We, from the beginning, referred to ourselves as a family. That's what I remember being told at the very beginning. We're a family here. We support each other. In terms of anyone who's a troublemaker, other than what I told you about when even Noru and I would get into debates with each other, that was about the worst of it. She and I would get into conversations that could be voiced for a time, but would resolve. We were, to the end, close friends.
You know, it's good. It's good you guys get to come here and laugh and have a good time, because there's a lot of families that don't get to do that. So, understand that is a situation that is happening, that has happened, and is going to unfortunately be stuck for a while. And I know you guys are the best of best people. I'm sure your organization is still at the top of the list of problems. So that's why we're doing this, and I'm so sorry that you are a part of that. But
no, it's no problem.
It's a little hard for me to believe a lot of this. Oh no. If I say the right words, everyone won't fucking care. They have decided to give me a little bit more liberty than I kind of thought they would in the terms of what my opinion holds. And unfortunately, I've been doing this job for way too long. And I've had a lot of run-ins where people love to talk about how good and great everything is, and then I find one person who tells me how it actually is. So, at the very least, thank you. If you're being honest, 100%, thank you. But right now, all the talk of how good and sweet everyone is just not passing by me right when someone just snaps and then murders 21 people out of nothing more than the talk of doing community service, for God's sake. And now,
I didn't believe
Apparently.
it when I first heard it. That didn't sound
There's
like the Noru I know.
Also, now that we are away from other people's eyes, there's another situation going down in Japan. And unfortunately, this does also fall into blame for you guys. As you guys know, Noru's kind has been not having the best stories. A lot of them have been slaughtered, murdered, killed, taken, captured. The fact that you have some here that are just living life happily is mind-blowing for me. But unfortunately, when Japan found out that a bunch of their cops, even though were defending themselves, murdered, which is exactly what happened, or some of the people decided to start blaming the police, and then people started trying to defend the police, and now there's a civil conflict that is not going to go away. Everything we do and say here does not matter. They're going to have this fight anyways. And that is unfortunately the blood that's on your hands. I can't fix that. I would love to, but I can't. And I'm letting you know now, before someone decides to come running up to you while you're at PL, or while you're just out doing whatever it is you do, and blaming you for everything or trying to assault you. There's already been multiple people who talked of supporting Aegis in Japan that are now currently in the dirt. I'm letting you know that that's happening. There's a lot happening outside, and unfortunately that all falls on you. So, if you don't mind, if you could grab people and have them start heading this way, I want to talk to people one at a time. Try to get a better idea of what's happening. I need something to tell the higher-ups. If I can tell the parties involved that you guys really are okay, that this really was just a snap in a ball, a fucking weird situation that shouldn't have happened, maybe I can clear things up. But I need something. And right now, talking about how great everybody is and how nice and sweet they are is like me throwing a fish at someone. It's confusing, awkward, and they're probably going to kick my ass.
Well, I'll do my best to be honest with you as I am. Because, after all, I don't lie. I'm incapable of it. Shall I find another?
If you would not mind. Thank
who
you.
would you suggest? Eben, Lady Crystal, whoever's available.
Yes, whoever's available.
Alright, I'll send in the next one.
You guys are in... you guys are in one fuck situation. I am sorry. This is not good. If you know how much dirt was getting flung up right now next to this and the Yakuza, it's not pretty.
Let me see.
And I am the nice guy. I need to stress that. All right, the people that they wanted to send originally, not very pretty. Very big assholes, mean people who would love nothing more than to walk in here, call you guys cunts, and then leave. So,
I see. Well,
please be honest with me.
of course. As I stated before, I fully intend to cooperate and give whatever information I can to help get to the bottom of this.
Alright. I used to be a fan of you guys back in the day. I became a detective because I was trying to do the whole hero thing. So when I saw you guys going all about doing God knows what, it was always nice.
Hello,
Hello.
Kana.
I was told, was it Mr. Esso wanted to speak to a member of this organization.
So let me go ahead and run this by you right quick. The events that occurred with Noru, whether you were there or not, I need to run through an investigation with all of Aegis to check and see what's going on with you guys, to make sure that this really is just a random off-the-wall incident and what needs to be done. So I've got some questions for you if you don't mind. If at any point you don't want to answer a question, you feel like I'm pressuring you, feel uncomfortable, you feel scared, let me know. We stop. Hard stop. Okay?
Right.
Now, who was Noru to you?
I don't understand. That's a pretty broad question.
Was Noru
Me,
your friend? Was Noru someone you loved? Was Noru a best pal? Was Noru someone you hated? Who was Noru to you?
hmm.
She a great person? She a mean person? Give me something here.
Honestly, me and Nora didn't really talk too much. She is a friend, who's pretty helpful in that regard, yes. But honestly, we didn't ever really talk much.
Hmm. Did you know Noru enough to know if she was a violent person? Somebody who would shank or punch someone immediately upon disagreement?
No, not at all. She was
I don't know.
probably the most kindest one out of all of us and wanted to avoid violence and even hurting others as much as possible, even to the point of, well, mass disagreement.
Right. What do you think would cause something like this to happen? To cause someone who you guys continue to tell me is the nicest, sweetest person to just snap and slaughter 21 innocent people?
Well, it could be any number of factors. I'm not sure. Medical conditions, that siren thing. I'm not sure
That's
exactly
that
what.
siren thing. Want to explain that?
I'm not too sure on it.
What do you know?
Well, I can tell you what magical knowledge I have on sirens. Beings of chaos do whatever they want.
So you're saying that even though she was a sweet, nice, kind person, she was also a siren, something that would be like an agent of chaos. So this is supposed to be a nice, kind person?
From what I can tell or seen, they're like two different beings in one.
Two different beings in one. And how did she keep this other being contained, so to speak?
I don't know the specific. As I said, I haven't really been around her, so if she somehow found a way to contain it or control it, or I'm not sure.
Hmm. Do who would you say runs Aegis? Who do you think, in your opinion, is the actual leader?
That's Hybris, of course.
No one else? Hybris doesn't sit towards the back and someone else tends to run the party or anything?
You talking about officers, as we have plenty of those.
No,
But
no, no. I'm
she's the
telling
leader.
you. Okay, all right. If you say so. Trying to get the rundown on who everyone thinks is the leader, and so far you guys are doing a decent job. All saying it's Hybris. Secondly, how often do you guys get into violence? Killing, murdering, anything of that nature?
Well, generally we don't. We try to avoid that as much as possible in every way we can. We don't do that.
Right. Now, when you guys do get into violence, how many people normally die? And be real with me here, because we've got people who watch. So I would hate for someone to lie. No, that'd be terrible. So, how many people do you think you guys have killed? Give me a rough estimate. Give me something.
Well, with a question like that, you already know, so no need for me to answer, apparently.
Oh no, there's a reason. Do you not know, or do you just not care, so to speak?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, there you go. All you needed to say. Now, when it comes to Aegis's policies, normally I've been told you guys like to capture people, right? Rather than kill them.
We try to avoid killing and violence as much as possible.
As you say, as you say. I got you, I got you, I got you. But, for the people who you do capture, how many of them end up vanishing, would you say? You guys normally give them over to the
Excuse me?
authorities right away? How many of the people who you normally capture end up vanishing? Or would you say that you give them all to the authorities? Without any problems whatsoever?
Yes, we do give them to the authorities. Go through the proper channels.
Okay.
Vanishing. Yes.
Oh, you know what I mean. Killing, murdering, come on. Don't act dumb. Now, secondly, is there anyone in your organization who I need to be worried about? Anybody with, like, let's think, like a bounty on their head or something? Anyone in specific? Anyone who might cause trouble, who might be affected by
Thank
any
you,
kind
Adrian.
of corruption
Hello,
or anything
everyone.
of that nature?
18 months. Sibley love.
Be open with me here.
That's a
'cause I
lot
need
of
information.
questions and a lot of questions in one.
Okay, then let's simple it down. Is there anybody here you'd say would be corrupted? A bad person?
I mean, generally, I don't really know on that level of personal. With others, but generally, I assume no.
I'm
No,
guessing
we
you're
would
very
not be
social around
tempted
the
by
group?
corruption and that nonsense.
Nonsense. Hey, look at that. It's all nonsense now. To the other one, is there anyone here who has a bounty on their head? Anyone who would be targeted?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of? Alright. And what's your role in Aegis? What's your job? What do you do?
Well, I'm an agent, and I generally carry out missions that are put forward, and I'm also good with magic, so I consult people with that, and I train them in it.
Okay, alright. Who have you trained so far?
Who have I trained?
Anyone in specific? Who's your prize student? Let me ask that.
Zig.
Zig?
Zig with an S, but
It's an S.
that's
Okay.
I don't see why that's necessary. Your question.
It is. May or may not be my job. Don't really got a whole lot of information. Don't really know Noru too well. Apparently you were reciting the same story that everyone else says about how you guys don't like to kill. So that's good. That's at least something. It's keeping it on a positive note. Do you mind grabbing me someone else to bring in? I'll let you decide whoever you think would be good for the interview so far. Everyone has to go through it. You're the first person who's not me.
Alright, I'll bring in the next one.
What was his name?
Kata is what we call him.
Kata. Not too social, that one is, huh?
He is usually very quiet. He keeps to himself most of the time, but he is still a valued agent.
That is the exact response I would expect to receive. Good on that.
In regards to your questions concerning sirens, I can provide more information at this if you would like.
Ms. Hybris, if you couldn't, I would immediately begin doubting everything you guys have been telling me so far. So.
I understand.
Greetings.
Okay. Alright, big guy. Hey. Was not knowing I'd be talking to a giant robot today, but hey, it's an interesting day for everybody.
Abenlock,
As you know,
please answer any of his questions completely and honestly and truthfully as you can.
Understood. Enabling question and answer mode. Please ask your questions.
Give it a question answer mode. Alright, thanks. So, I'm gonna treat you like a normal being, so don't worry. You're not gonna get any cans or anything thrown at you. My name is Esso. Please do not call me Mr. Esso. I've got some questions for you that you could feel free to not answer, alright? If at any point you feel assaulted, you feel berated, you feel like I'm being aggressive, or that for some reason someone of your stature is scared of me, let me know, and the questions will come to a hard stop, alright?
Understood. Updating unit profile SO. Clarification. I do not feel. Ask as many questions as you desire.
I always forget with you guys about the whole not feeling thing. I guess it's just natural, but... So, how did you know Noru? Friend, associate, lover, anything of that nature?
Unit Noru. Fellow Aegis member. Associate. Under direct orders to protect, as protecting all other members of Aegis.
So you don't have her with any designation on friend or pal, just teammate, associate?
Confirmed. If technicalities are technicalities, confirmed.
Okay. Did you know Noru as someone who would commit violent acts? Things along the nature of hurting others or killing them?
Processing data banks. Data from Noru from training showed sometimes very quick indecisions, sometimes slightly rash, though not one to go straight to violence, usually quite peaceful, looking for peace.
So she, in your cybernetic opinion, was peaceful and kind, but tended to be rash in her judgments. Is that right?
Confirmed.
Okay. Making sure we're on the same page as her, big guy. I got an old robot pal that I go out on lists about jobs with, so don't worry. I treat you guys just like everyone else. For the next one, who would you say runs Aegis? In your databanks, who is registered as your leader?
Databanks, prime admin is admin Hybris, sub-admins, admin Ion, and admin May.
Ion. Who's that?
One of our other officers. I do not believe he is here at the moment. He was taking care of something personal in regards to the Yakuza.
Green armor?
Yes.
Alright. What's your opinion on him, Mr. Ion?
Unit Ion, admin Ion, fellow associate, Aegis member, sub-admin, gives some directives of objectives, missions, helps in programming. Told me
Okay.
how to become tank. Gave me information, data, becoming tank. Protocols for butler mode.
Uh-huh. Alright. That's good to hear. You know, it's weird. I can trust your opinions a lot more than everyone else, because, a lot of humans tend to lie. And I don't know about you, but it doesn't look like they've programmed lying into you. So, unless I'm wrong.
Speaking quite
Lying would
honestly,
be
I would
negative.
not do such a thing.
Programming, even before joining Aegis, seemed to be a negative thought on lying. I was programmed to protect. Simple as that.
Who... Who designed you? If you weren't made by Aegis, then who made you?
Created by created by
That data was unretrievable when we found him. We did our best to do some research, see if we could find who previously had ownership of this unit. This is a secondary chassis that we have installed him in. Ebenlock is not quite as advanced. He is, I would evaluate to be either a high class C or low class D intelligent unit.
Where'd you find him? Exactly.
Well, I suppose to say find him, more accurately, he found us.
Hmm?
confirmed.
He used a gate to warp to the station. Began requesting more information. I did research to see if we could find someone, perhaps a registered owner. His databanks were fully corrupted.
Hmm.
So, rather than let it go to waste, we reset his systems, allowed him to restart. He has been helping us for the past several months. He has been an invaluable asset to our teams. He has been keeping them safe, especially in
So
regards
you
to the
have...
purge.
So you have some kind of tragic story on how you got all banged up. You somehow claw your ass all the way over to here, and now you just protect everybody.
Primary directive, first and foremost, to protect the first city I was found in. I was told by authoritative units to do so under the law. Research found on doing so under the law led to discovery of Aegis.
You know, stories like that always end up getting to me. I can't help it. I'm a sucker for it. People with like no past who claw their way back up, trying to help protect people. Even if some people would just consider you a bot. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Thank
You you keep doing what you're doing there, big guy. World needs more people like you.
Compliment, acknowledge. Thank you, Esso.
You're very much welcome. Now, shit. I don't like interrogating you. It's too nice. It's harsh. But I gotta. So, what do you think of Aegis? All in all, you think there's anyone we should be worried about? Anyone who's scary? Anyone who might cause trouble?
Defining the term of scary. Data shown from Aegis now does not align with the term of scary.
Okay, then maybe try to cross-analyze with the term troublesome, problematic.
Most troublesome, quote, slash problematic slash brash units of Aegis, possibly two from databanks. Units Kanton and Otis.
Now, one of those names sound familiar. The other one not so much. Do you mind giving me a rundown on who they are?
Agent Kanton, he has been with us for a very long time. He is a close friend of Norris, I would say. The two of them were nearly inseparable for most of their time here. Kanton has severe behavioral issues. We have been helping him to correct these problems as best as we can, and he is young and irrational at times, but he has improved significantly since he started here. He still has many things to improve upon, though, if I am being quite honest. Otis is a newer recruit, someone I met by chance. He is eager to learn. He wishes to be a hero, as he has put it. He is also incredibly young and brash. He is obsessed with fighting, and I hope to teach him that there are better ways of being a hero.
Now, Ms. Hybris, it's very nice to see that you guys are doing many humanitarian aids, assisting machines, assisting people, assisting their emotional troubles. That's really nice. Really, it is. But you do know that the more people you recruit to help, you're just gonna have more Norus. More problems that break off, and then that's on your hands.
Of course, statistically speaking, it is
just-
quite impossible to avoid. There will always be a bad apple amongst a group, someone who is considered to be less desirable than the others. However, I have always considered this to be faulty, to consider as a reason to not allow someone to look to better themselves and help others at the same time. People evolve.
Alright. Well, whoever programmed you, or hell, knowing machines nowadays, you programmed yourself. You've been learning the right stuff.
I had help.
I'm guessing from your friends.
Many of the individuals here have taught me many things on their own, as well as people who I met before creating Aegis.
Right. Okay. Alright. Alright there, big guy. You've cracked through me way too hard, and I do not feel like trying to bite or dig into you. You got a bunch of corrupted and messed up databanks and everything, so the last thing I want to do is accidentally ask you the wrong questions and cause your head to pop. So, I want you to do me a favor. Grab me someone else to come up here. Don't actually grab them. Ask them to come up here politely. Can you do that for me?
You may follow the command.
Confirmed. Asking new agent to approach. Do you require a drink as well?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Also, my apologies. I did not mean to hurt you, nor do I recall you biting into my chassis.
Oh, metaphor there, big guy. Metaphor. Don't worry. You didn't hurt me, and You're
And-
good. You're good.
Ending use of sarcasm.
Oh, shit. Well,
Ion was the one who gifted him the butler protocols. He thought it would help with his social skills. As you can already tell, he is rather limited in his capabilities, but
right.
that is to
Okay,
be
well,
expected.
Okay. Well, that's more adorable than anything else. Don't worry. Well, so far, you guys keep it up. You guys are gonna clear this view up pretty well. Unfortunately, there's still things to be discussed.
Of course.
If I do clarify to everything that you guys are good guys, that's great, but someone still needs to essentially be punished for this. I'll
And
be
I fully
discussing with you what's
expect
going
this.
on. You do,
Yes.
even if that means getting rid of you.
As difficult as it is for me to ignore self-preservation, I understand. It is logical. Hello, Lady Crystal.
No.
Hello. Alright, so go ahead and run this through you right quick. I am trying to clarify some things by discussing with the people of Aegis about the events that occurred. I'm sure you already know of them. If at any point I seem like I'm assaulting you with my words, being too aggressive, being spooky, scary, or any of the selected words you'd like to choose, please let me know, and the questions will come to a hard stop and you'll be allowed to leave. If I ask any questions that seem invasive, let me know. Question comes to a hard stop.
Very well.
Okay, good. Do you mind if I ask what you are by chance?
I'm a kitsune.
You're Kitsune. Oh, okay. So your kind is, I mean, straight from Japan, right? A lot of your kind is.
Most of our kind originate from there.
So I'm sure this whole situation probably sours you the most, considering that. Just make a rough guesstimate. Like you've got family stuff there, maybe.
There's some family attachments, and I have
Family-
been intending to visit at some
Okay.
point.
Well, do me a favor. Be honest with me. Talk to me. And answer my questions. And I'll see about talking to some people. This all clears up. This all turns out well. I could give you a escort.
That would be
That would.
most appreciated. Thank you.
My job's not to sit here and scream and yell at you guys and point fingers. My job's to find out who fucked up, how can we fix it, and then get this stuff solved. If I could make things a little bit better along the way, I'd like to. Alright. So, how'd you know Nora? Friend, associate, lover, teammate, bestie?
Noru was a friend. We first met. My goodness, this was probably ages before the Purple Lotus was even at the casino. When she was a bartender and Brian just came into town. And this must have been a year and a half ago, maybe.
Okay. So you guys are close friends. You go as far as saying decent attachment?
I would say friend. Definitely close friend, but that is more on my end as I tend to be a little bit more on shy when it comes to forming close friendships with people.
Smart. Don't worry. I've got my own social problems with friends. It's a whole game. But, did you know Noru to be someone violent? Someone that would kill on a turn's notice? Coins toss?
No, not at all.
You say she's a nice, calm person?
Mm, it's nice. I don't know if calm is the word I would use. She can be very eccentric. She could be very eccentric with her humor. And voice at points. I would not consider her generally to be a calm person. When she had something on her mind, she would speak. And she would speak until she was done getting whatever was out in her head.
Okay. Okay. Now, obviously, with all of this, trying to find an alternative reason why someone who you all say is so nice and kind would just snap and then kill 21 people whose families are now screaming for some kind of justice. And unfortunately, as I walk around these halls, I am told over and over again that you guys are all good guys, and pretty much no one should be punished, that it was totally crazy and out of the way. So, I'm having a hard time understanding how someone like that could just snap. Now, maybe you weren't close friends, but you were still friends. Did you know of anything she was doing? Did she ever complain about this corruption apparently some of you had dealt with? Was she doing any kind of drugs? Anything at all that could excuse why someone like that you all cherish so much could just snap out of nowhere?
I know she drank a lot in the early stages of when I knew her. But as far as I'm concerned, that lessened as time went on. I never really knew her to abuse drugs. But then again, I wouldn't know what signs to look for. I haven't really had that sort of interaction before. Corruption is not something I'm familiar with at all, but I have been away.
So, you have been away?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I've only returned to the cathedral and to my position here at Aegis recently.
You mind if I ask you where you've been? What would take you away from such a heroic organization?
My own personal health.
Personal health?
I needed time to myself, and so I went to an old family residence and took time to meditate and try and find my health.
We all need that from time to time, so don't worry about that. It's good. It's good. A lot of people just start drinking or doing something stupid, so props to you for not, being, I suppose, a dumbass. So, yeah, good on you for that. Now, would you say runs Aegis? Who, in your honest opinion, is the one that really makes the tough calls, the tough decisions, leads the party? Hybris? Okay. Every group I've ever had to talk to, normally there's always like 4 or 5 different people to get brought out as leaders, and so far it's all just been Hybris so far, so good. So long as everyone keeps that up, that's not going to be a problem, but I tell you, if one person tells me something different, this entire conversation's going to go to hell. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope that doesn't happen. So, good on you for answering like that. Now, how violent would you say you were?
I would say not very.
Not very?
The furthest I have gone with violence of any sort than spar to make sure that my flame magic is kept in control.
Now, when you guys spar, you really enjoy it? Using your flame magic, punching somebody, hurting them, doing anything of that
No.
nature? No?
No. I find it much more enjoyable to sit down with friends, have a cup of tea, talk.
Okay.
I only spar because I need to, unfortunately, keep myself on my toes from things.
What, kind of things?
People and beings that are less than kind. It has not been so in recent years, but
No.
at this point I'm over 400 years old, and it's a certain bit of paranoia has been grounded to me, I suppose, about being in danger.
You start to get used to it. I'll put it to you like that. But
I hope so.
I understand. I understand. Don't worry. Would have guessed you weren't like a day over like what, 120? So. But now a big issue that comes down to this is a very rare species was let loose and then gunned down. Viciously. Died. At least from what I heard, there was blood everywhere. Mix of hers and the 21 innocent people. Now, how many unique species do you guys have, would you say? Obviously, kitsunes are not as rare, but are decently rare. You've got her species that is extremely rare. Do you guys... What else do you guys have? You guys have different kinds of aliens? I know you guys have synthetics. Just saw that. Well, obviously. But... do you guys have any other kind of species that are especially rare?
My boyfriend, Krayla, is I suppose, alien from another plane. Though his appearance lends people calling him a demon.
Well, I know a little bit about that. Now, when it comes to corruption, I know you said you don't know much about that, but how often do you guys run into things that could alter someone's mind? Maybe make them change, so to speak.
I don't believe that in any of the missions that I went on, I have ever personally encountered such a being. But additionally, like I said, I have been away for many months, and even before then I was less well to attend more missions.
Now, you said that your boyfriend is a demon, so to speak?
In lack of a better term, yes.
Okay. Now, there are certain kinds of demons out there that have been known to emit a sort of energy, so to speak. Tends to make people more aggressive, make them a little bit more agitated. Is your boyfriend anything similar to those? Maybe he knows someone who's a more powerful kind of demon who could do something like this?
I would have said no before I came back, but he's been in trouble as of late, and
What kind of trouble?
it's difficult to explain. I believe Hybris has also had some encounters with problems
Look.
that he's going through. It's
Look, I'm gonna level with you for a second. You and your boyfriend have personal troubles right now. And I get that. I do. But if there's even a slight chance that one of these troubles that he's gone through turns out to have been something that could possibly have set off Noru, that's an entire other problem that we need to deal with. So,
understood.
you don't have to tell me everything, because I know no one ever does. But, if you could at least try to give me something to work on. What is possibly going on with him?
He has, in the time that I've been back, and for a little bit before then, he would occasionally come to visit me while I was away at my family's place. But the visits became less and less frequent, and I haven't seen him face to face in a month or two now, because he says that there is something inside him, or something. He was trying to keep me in the dark about things because he was afraid that whatever it was would cause him to lash out at me or hurt me, because I am his girlfriend.
So there's something inside of him that's causing him to act more erratic, more aggressive, more, would you say, out of nature?
Yeah.
Could play a part in a lot of this.
Something about something from his plane. A
What
entity of darkness of some sort.
What plane of existence is he located at? Do you know by chance?
I do not recall the name of it. No.
Alright. Do you have anything, any gift that he's given you, anything that might hold any value to him?
I do, but
Let me explain before this borderline sounds like a robbery or something more awkward. A lot of my job consists of having to find people. Having to help people, having to get them out of tight spaces. Best way to put it. Coming here and doing this investigation is just because if I didn't do it, a bunch of other bad people would have came and done it, and none of you would be comfortable or happy. I think I've kind of done a decent job keeping everybody calm and relaxed. A lot of people who would have came would not. I have ways, spooky demon ways, of tracking people, getting locations, getting to people before they all around fuck up. If you can give me something that may have a little bit of his essence on him, I can use one of these things to help find him. Now, obviously, after saving his ass, probably, he'll have to find some way to pay me, but I'll focus on that later. Rather so now, if you can give me anything, it could maybe help. If there's any chance that this could possibly be part of the cause for Noru's actions, a lot of people will calm down.
I should make
She
it clear
brings
then.
out-
Kralik has been in frequent communication with us on this issue. He has communicated with myself as to what information he can on his current situation, and we are attempting to assist him where we can. Miss Crystal here mentioned an entity of darkness. Specifically, Kralik has referred to it as a god of darkness from his plane. Unfortunately, I am ill-equipped to fight gods, but we are doing our best to provide support to him where we can. And as he performs his research, we are hoping to aid him in removing this influence.
He said a god of darkness?
Specifically a god, yes. He is from a demi-plane. He has not specifically given it a name.
A demi-plane of existence where he is under the assertion that a god is controlling. There's a lot of statements there that don't add up for me.
Which specifically, if I might ask?
Let me explain to you why. Different planes of existence, obviously. Demi-planes are a little bit more off on the side, a little bit harder to understand, mostly because they're packed to the brim full of magic and strange creatures that, as long as I've been doing this job, even I don't understand. Gods of darkness, which there are too many, because being evil's easy. Being evil's easy. Don't normally take over someone or hide within someone and then not just fully capture them. Unless your boyfriend is just immensely powerful and can withtain a god and actually not lash out. He may have a lord, maybe a lesser entity, but if it's a god and he's able to hold it down, it's a stronger man than I know. And I know some people, I know some big people.
If I might provide closer introduction. It is my belief that this may not be a fully realized god, perhaps a demigod, or perhaps a lesser god, as you referred to it as. This is an entity that he has identified as being some greater power from his own personal plane of existence. I can at least theorize that it may not be as powerful as a god from either one of the outer planes or otherwise.
If we're talking about the start to something, then it needs to be quelled immediately, or else your boyfriend is done. And something tells me you'd rather your boyfriend not come home dead or turned into a dark abomination, which I'm sure you've dealt with one before. It's not fun, it's not pretty. So look, I'm glad that you're helping him, and I want you to continue to. I'm telling you that when it comes to demonic creatures, beings of crazy magic that don't make much sense, I happen to be well versed. Not saying I'm the strongest or best to deal with it, I'm saying you need more assets. And being that you guys are saving the world and protecting people with the Federation, it might not be a bad idea to have an outside hand. Now, I, as an investigator, should not be doing this. I should just be telling you to go on your way and go to the next batch of questions. But consider this, after about 380 years of existing in this blue body, I've grown a bit of understanding for a lot of people who get caught up in the wrong stages of life. So, if you would allow me, and you would allow me, if you can give me something of his, I can track him down, I can talk to him, and I can get some stuff working. To, at the very least, make your situation less of a problem. If this has anything to do with Noru, anything to do with possibly setting her off, even if it doesn't, this gives you something to start writing on if anyone starts questioning you more.
Of course. Lady Crystal, please.
Are you okay with this?
It's to help save my darling Kralik. I don't do anything.
I'll bring it back to you the second I can.
She extends her hand, and there's a clear crystal about the size of her palm that looked up to have a black rose inside. The black rose looked almost like it made of fire.
Dude loved you. I'm gonna say that. That is... I'm gonna get it back to you. I promise. Gifts like that don't normally get given, so... Sounds like your guy's worth saving. Hey, you've answered enough questions. God knows you've already dived into enough personal business as it is. So, thank you. If you could grab someone else to come in here so I could ask them. And please.
Yeah.
Try to get some rest and stay calm.
Okay.
And I'll see about getting you that escort, by the way. I'll talk to some people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lady Crystal.
I will be grabbing someone and then I think I'm gonna go to sleep.
Of course, rest well. Thank you for offering your assistance. I understand it is not particularly your place to do so, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
No, it's just the job.
You are familiar with demons, then? I am quite familiar myself. You do have a certain signature about you.
Is it the blue skin? A lot of people say it's the blue skin.
No, a certain signature your body gives off. Void, perhaps?
Oh. Unfortunately, yeah. I am what you'd consider a void demon. I know I don't exactly look as crazy or presentable as most, but kind of
Trust
like
me,
the
you
humble
are
look I got given.
far more presentable than my prior mentor.
Prior mentor?
Yes. Someone who taught me many things. His name was Arcadum, a Vanakartan demon.
Oh. Sorry, I felt a cold shudder as you said that name. Oof. Oof.
He was a close friend. Someone who I suppose you would say took me under his wing.
Guessing he's long since parted ways?
Yes, he took his leave approximately a year ago.
You know if he's doing well?
I certainly hope so. There are days I miss him, but he occasionally seems to visit. I have heard rumor of him. My offspring, my daughter, Luna, specifically spotted him while I was away. He showed up here.
You have a daughter?
Yes, that is what I refer to her as. A unique
Adopted,
artificial...
or?
No, she is a unique artificial intelligence unit that I created myself.
Oh.
She is as offspring. I call her a daughter.
Weird question though, does she have like a dad?
No.
Or
Hello,
my
Cirilla.
bad. Like another mod. Questions for later.
No.
Yeah. Oof. I don't know why seeing that robot arm just gave me a really weird case of nostalgia. Hello. My name's Esso. I'm the unfortunate guy that has to go around questioning everybody today. I want you to do me a favor. If at any point you feel like I am assaulting you with questions, you feel like I'm being too aggressive, you feel like I'm cutting too deep or diving too far into something, you let me know. This conversation hard stops and you're free to go. If I ask you a question that seems too personal, you don't have an answer to a question, you just don't feel like answering a certain question, you let me know. Hard stop and you're free to go.
Alright, fair enough.
Alright. Do you mind if I ask what you are by chance? Because those pretty little horns on your head tell me that you're not just a human.
Well, I am just a human, actually.
Hmm?
The horns on my head are an anti-magic system built into my body to prevent me from using magic.
Hmm. That is not what I was expecting today. Okay. Alright, well,
She is augmented,
be it meet.
to put it quite lightly.
I got you. My apologies. Augmented technology is definitely not my forte. In fact, my fancy little eye here can't actually even really see it exactly. Looks like your arm's just missing, so that's why I'm kind of trying to look at you this way, so I can see it good.
Sorry.
So how'd you know Noru? Friend, close associate, lover, best pal?
Just a friend, really.
Close friend, did you say?
Yeah, I only knew her through ages. We hang out at Yale sometimes, but outside of that, we never really talked to each other.
You know Noru to be a aggressive person? Someone who's mean, quick to violence?
I know she's been a bit hot-headed at times, but she hasn't been one to jump to violence so fast. If anything, she's been one to want to stay away from it.
Can you think of any reason why she'd snap like she did? And be honest with me here, because there are 21 families that are currently spending tonight alone. So if you can give me anything that I might be able to tell somebody, I am in need of it. Because right now, I've gotten maybe one lead, and that's a problem. And I'm talking basic. If all you can tell me is that she was a hard drunk and she just couldn't get off the bottle, that's something. If she was doing drugs, that's something. If this corruption that I've heard of is apparently affected her even further, that's something.
Well, yeah, there's a corruption, and I did know her to drink a little bit, so that also could be it.
Okay. Do you know any specifics on this corruption? Because according to some people, it was apparently cured. But at least from what I've heard, apparently that's not 100% true. Did you notice any signs? Anything?
Not really, no.
Okay. How often do you normally go to violence? Fight, kill, punch. It doesn't even have to kill, just hurt people in general.
I normally do it out of self-defense, but I will admit I've had to do a lot of it
What is
without
that?
oversharing. My mother, she she wanted a weapon more than a daughter. So, ever since I was a little kid, I kind of just got trained to fight. So I don't want to say part of my nature, like I try to be inherently aggressive, but I've just kind of always fought, just out of self-defense.
terrible starts to our stories. Some of us brought up to fight, some of us brought up to kill, some of us brought up to do a lot of horrible things. What defines us are the things that we do now. And the person I see in front of me is not someone who's trying to kill. So, your mother failed. You're not a weapon. You're a person. Don't let that concept go, or else you might end up becoming one of the things I have to investigate. So, hold on to that thought. You're part of a good group, apparently. So, you're making good steps.
Thanks.
No, it doesn't mean much as the mean old cop that's coming by, but take it for what it is, at the very least.
Gotten worse advice, worse people.
Yeah, well, don't worry, I've had my coffee for today, so I'm giving good advice. Now, who would you say runs Aegis?
Miss Hybris.
Alright. May as well stop asking then. You think Hybris is a good leader? You think she has good advice, good thoughts?
Yeah. Not even like a I'm trying to kiss up to her because she's right there type deal, but there's been a lot of times that she's helped me with my own problems.
You don't think that she's got any kind of plans, any weird thoughts, anything that might have led to the eventual snap of Nora?
Oh. Not even a little bit. Like, she just wants what's best for her agents.
Okay. Now, when it comes to the events that happened in Japan, a lot of people are wanting answers, obviously. A lot of people are wanting to know what happened. And telling them someone just snapped out of random is unfortunately not rolling too well, so I have to search every avenue to see if maybe there was something else. Does anybody in Aegis have anything against Japan? Maybe against the Yakuza? Anyone that you may know of?
Besides myself, no. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head.
What do you mean besides yourself?
Well, again, I don't mean to overshare, but in layman's term, I run my own group like Aegis, and my agents. Her mother is being held by the Yakuza. I wouldn't try to say, like, oh, I wanted Nor to get captured so she fight Yakuza. No. I'm not about that. It's...
Hybris, do you know about this?
Which agent of the Wardens? Might I ask? Perhaps I know. Yuki. I believe she's mentioned this in passing. I don't know all of the details, but yes.
Now, what do you mean her mother's been captured by the Yakuza?
Well...
In this case, I'm telling you to overshare. Because this is something that falls exactly under my kind of order.
Alright, fair enough. Her family, and again, this is all to my understanding, so there could be some loose parts. Her family has a lineage of power, well, more of electric manipulation powers. She uses them to fight, and her mother has the same type of father. Part of the Kuza wanted to capture that power, and basically married her and is holding her in a hospital to try and understand and capture those powers.
Do you have any idea what kind of powers we're talking about?
it's nothing like blow up a building big or fly through the sky super style. We're just talking like electric, like a Palpatine seen Star. Shocky, bang bang.
I gotcha. Don't worry. The elemental electricity. I understand.
Right.
Or air for some people.
Enough to give me
Now-
a jolt when we shook hands the first time.
I'm sure. Now, you said that she's being held by the Yakuza. Have you made any attempts to possibly try to retrieve her?
No, not like trying to kick in the door type deal. I studied around, trying to look for legal loophole that I can catch them, but nothing has come up.
Now, you do know that, at least speaking off of just pure coincidences, it is hella convenient that her mother has been captured. Terrible. I mean that. Bottom of my heart.
Right.
Terrible. And then Noru just so happens to snap, which has now officially set Japan basically on fire and is causing a lot of people to fight themselves. Which, I'm just speaking off layman terms here, would give a great window to suddenly make a rescue operation. You know, try to save somebody.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair plan. In my defense, and I know it's not big or anything. In person, I haven't spoken to Noru in at least a month now, and I texted her a week ago, something that she didn't get back to me on, and I was texting her about finding a friend of mine. I know this is all speaking out of person, stuff like that, but I wouldn't I wouldn't put her life at risk like that just to do a rescue operation. Believe me, I'm trying to step away from violence. I don't want to just go into that hospital guns and take lives because they're civilian. Don't want to do that.
You said that you sent a message to Naru trying to find a friend. You still in search for this friend?
Yes, to my understanding.
And if I ask who this friend is?
It's not directly my friend. You see, I have a friend here named Rochelle, and she's looking for one of her friends, and I knew that friend that Rochelle is looking for, and I knew that Noru know how to contact Rochelle's friend. Sorry that this has kind of become a big web.
Oh yeah,
I suppose I should make it clear. I believe I know exactly who you're speaking of. Rochelle, to clarify, is a resident here within the cathedral, someone who we recently assisted. We liberated them from a slave trade deal that was going on. Serilda themselves specifically was a part of this operation. Their friend was also someone, Miss Elila Aurora. She was being held prisoner by a kingdom, dragon newts was the race of the kingdom. A few of our agents went in to liberate the mother of Noru specifically, and unfortunately Noru's mother had already been killed as a prisoner. However, we were able to rescue this individual, Elila, that she is referring to. We have not heard from Miss Elila in some time. She was here for a day or two before leaving. Rochelle has kept in contact with us and has a room here that she is free to return to, although I believe she is out looking for this friend as well at the moment.
Do you by chance have anything owned by this friend of yours who's suddenly gone missing?
No, I'm going to be honest, I don't even know a good way to contact them.
Oh, no. This person needs to be found, right? Someone who you need help trying to locate. Do you have anything they might have owned? Anything they might have been in contact with often? Something that might contain at least a trace of whatever essence they had.
No. I could ask
No?
Rochelle, but not really.
Right. I need you to do me a favor, okay? Contact Rochelle as soon as you can. And once you do, I want you to give her my card. Alright? It's got my phone number up there, everything. And have her contact me. Finding people is unfortunately about 50% of my job at this point. So if there's any way I could assist, let me know.
Alright. Thank you.
My excuse, in case anyone starts asking you why I'm trying to help, is so I have more people to possibly question. That sound good?
Alright.
Thank you, Shem. Love you.
Alright.
Whoop.
I think you've answered just about everything that I need. Gives me a lot more information that I need to. Unfortunately, you are someone I would have to label as a potential suspect. Because I hate saying it, but
No.
the timing's
agree.
just too perfect.
No. Hey, I'm not gonna ding you for that. I work with the Royal Guard a lot in Sultan and also personal investigators. I fully understand the coincidence. If you ever need anything, feel free to call.
Oh, don't worry. This Yakuza incident, you're getting a contact from me. Because I've already been having to deal with their antics as of late, and now that I know that they're holding someone possibly hostage, that's a whole other game that's about to be tackled. So worst comes to worst, you're probably going to see my blue ass dealing with that shit too. You've got my contact info. Let me know if you need anything. Don't worry, if I need something from you, I'll find a way to contact you.
Alright.
Now, if you want to do me a little favor, I think you've answered my questions, all that I need. A little bit more than I probably should have even asked anyways. If you could grab someone else to have them come up here so I can hopefully finish this up sometime soon.
Yeah, I think the last one's just be on, so.
It's a little bit of a coincidence there, Hybris.
It is, admittedly, yes.
You guys in Japan are just not gonna be fucking friends by the end of this. I hate to say it. I hate to say it.
Admittedly, we have had issues in the past. Perhaps if Ion is able to speak with you, he can speak more personally as to his experiences. We dealt with the Yakuza previously. They had an affront with Ion, and we decided it would be best to make peace with them rather than cause conflict. He is now missing a pinky finger. Well, the only remaining one he had due to them.
That's what happens if you disrespect the leadership that are there, one of the patriarchs. You offer your pinky as a way of apologizing.
Yes.
Look,
Check forum board
I've got
when you
some
can.
stuff I'm gonna need to talk to you about off the books. I'm letting you know that now, ahead of time. After this last talk, well, if it's the last talk.
I see.
After the last talk, we're gonna go down to the body, do the inspection we need to, and then talk over some things. Figure
Of
some
course.
stuff out. Try to hopefully clear this up as best I can.
Yes.
And maybe by the end of the coming month, could have Aegis cleared. At the very least, could have the eyes aimed off you and more towards maybe a certain annoying asshole organization that happens to be working in Japan.
I see. Speaking quite frankly, I would appreciate that.
So, making a big hot absorption here that the guy in green you are Ion.
The one and only.
I would definitely hope so. Last thing I need is to hear that people are cloning each other. That would not be fun. So, my name is Esso. I am currently the stand-in for apparently all of Japan at the moment, as well as a couple higher-up parties that would like to make sure that Aegis isn't secretly an organization out for evil. Don't worry, the people who have been running under you have been doing a good job giving you guys a decent name and not saying anything stupid. There are two of you who have opened up some doors to run down for revenues as to what could have possibly set off Noru, or at the very least, what could have gone down. So, I've got some doorways, at the very least, that I'm gonna have to be tackling soon. But maybe you could help, being that apparently you've got some run-ins with some people in Japan who may or may not orchestrate something a little bit stupid to possibly get your guys' name dressed up in the wrong way. So I need you to be honest with me. I need you to be truthful. And please, do not hide anything back. Because if you do, and I find out, I promise, I'll use every resource I have to tear this place down and figure out what you actually meant. Understand?
Bring it on.
I'm my kind of guy. If I say anything that bothers you, scares you, spooks you, you feel like I'm being too invasive, feel like I'm attacking you, feel like I'm judging you in some way, unfairly, tell me. Conversation, hard stop, you can go. No questions asked. Understood?
Continue.
Okay. So, first question. How'd you know Noru? Friend, associate, lover,
She
hated enemy?
works alongside of us. She was also a valued friend.
Would you equate her to a close friend?
No.
No? Seems to be on the lacking side of that. What do you think of Noru as a person? You think she's like a nice person? Someone who might be quick to violence, quick to hurt people?
No.
No?
Actually, the opposite. She was someone who advocated peace before all else. She herself practiced this day in and day out, while making sure that others understood methodologies for practicing such manners.
No. A lot of you keep saying this. And I am trying my damnedest to make sure that I understand. Because there's 21 families that are sitting around right now who don't fucking believe you. So, I'm just curious. One man to another. Well, one demon man to a slightly robot man. What do you think would set off Noru to do something like this? Someone that you all preach is an advocacy towards no violence is now laying around in a coolant area, covered in bullets, dead, with 21 innocent people's blood on her hands. Gotta give me something here, big dog.
If I answer honestly,
give you a straight answer, because I don't have any hard evidence. All I can do is make assumptions. Based on conversations previous, it would seem that her demeanor was one of stress-induced behavior. It's possible that prior to any recent activities involving us, she was engaged in conversations with other people and/or activities with other people. She may have accumulated such stress over time. It may have finally gotten to her in the midst of our conversations. There's also the possibility that any leftover abyssal corruption could have altered her mental state. Abyssal corruption is tricky to deal with. We've done our best to try to deal with it here in Aegis. From time to time, we can run into it. It affects people differently, all different types, all different ways. No two cases are exactly the same. In this particular instance, it is possible, however, that even with the removal, it may have resurged. And it may have altered her mental state, causing this lash out, causing her to act in a way that she normally would not.
No.
Again, speculation.
Now, Mr. Ion, you are one of the, go as far as to say, one of the higher-ups here, am I right?
Sure.
Good, good. Means I can be more open with you. You know, because with a lot of the people who come in here, I can't tell them everything. It would fuck with everyone's heads if they knew some of the shit that is currently sitting on your guys' hands. So, I'll tell you straight up, before I follow up with my next little statement. There's currently a civil war going on in Japan right now. Well, that's really overstating. There is a large amount of protesters that are very upset that a being as rare as Noru, being that her species is currently on the proverbial end of the kill all of their kind stick, was just gunned down by a bunch of officers. Whereas you have another side that is currently really pissed off that anyone would dare threaten the Japanese police. And then next to that, you've got the Yakuza, who seem to apparently be into the game of kidnapping, which is great. I like it. And unfortunately, all of that, and I'm talking every last little bit, is sitting on your shoulders. And I say you, I mean Aegis as a whole. And that means everybody. All the way down to even the kids that are apparently living here. Because, I don't know if you know this or not, Japan ain't nice. when they had contacted some of my higher parties about dealing with this, they wanted heads. And I mean that. They would have loved to have seen this entire place be painted red. And it took strings. And when I say strings, I'm talking some very fragile strings that I had to pull to be able to get my hands on this job. Because you guys have done good in the past. And you guys have helped people who I know. Maybe even made my job a little bit more bearable. So I decided to come here and talk to you. And so far, you guys have done good on at least following a consistent story. But the problem is that even with the 2 doorways that I've been given to possibly go down to maybe tackle what could have caused this problem, I don't have jack shit. When I go to them, if I can't give them a solid answer on something, then I'm sorry. But what they do next is beyond me. So can you can give me speculation. And that's nice. It's very nice. The fact that you're trying, way more than most people. Is there anything, any solid lead you can give me? Is there anyone in Aegis that may have some kind of a motive for fucking over Noru, for doing something to her? Is there something that Noru was involved in? Can you give me anything? Because I'm done asking questions like, what do you think of Aegis? How does it feel? I need something. Because after this, I'm going to have to go down and check out her body. I'm going to have to inspect her magically, don't worry. And the last thing I want to do is come here and go around inspecting dead bodies that I'm sure none of you would rather me do. But unfortunately, I'm running out of options here. I've got a crazy demon boyfriend and a kidnapping. Neither of which, more I look at it, have anything to do with Noru snapping and killing a bunch of people. So I'm going to ask one time. I'm going to ask very nicely. Can you give me any leads? Anything she might have been involved in? Anyone who I need to go to and press for answers? Because right now, all I have is that you guys are a bunch of do-gooders who someone just snapped. And I'm sorry, but with 21 people currently laying in the grave right now, I can't just accept that as an answer.
It's understandable. Given the kind of work that in the places that we go, the different kind of people we come in contact with. Given what it is that I do here within the agency, if I had any type of lead or any type of hunch that was solid, don't you think I would have already been tracking it down by now? This makes about as much sense to me as it does to you. Where somebody who practices day in, day out, prior to this incident, prior to this, I don't know, prior to all of this, was somebody who was advocating family, was advocating for respect, individual, was advocating for peace, prosperity, advocating to try to teach people how to do things the right way from a good moral standing, to talk to people, to understand them, communicate. I could give you countless videos and speeches. I could tell you any number of moments, stories, accolades, where we come back here and she's given the speech of what it is that we as an organization may need to do in order to better ourselves. But the fact of the matter is that this incident, it stands as an outlier, isolated in the fact that none of it seems like her typical behavior. Not a single moment. I could pull up any incident in which I've seen her interact. Any of them. You give me a day, I'll pull up a day of the week in which she's sitting in here laughing, she's jovial, she's cordial with everyone, she's sitting there making sure that everybody's doing well. She supports whatever, she literally fight for anybody. Anybody else. She would make sure that we got out of the way. But for her to go in there, it just doesn't make any sense. She has one sibling who, above all else, I know was her priority. I know that she cared.
Who is that
And
someone?
regardless, her name is Cordelia.
Do you know if
She
this
doesn't
Cordelia
live
is
anywhere.
here? Do you know if where she might be, by any chance?
No. Last I heard from Cordelia, she was dealing with her own issues.
Of course. Everyone is. Fuck.
However, this is why I'm trying to stress the point in that whatever it is that was within her that caused her to be consumed by rage in that moment. It makes no sense to me. After watching all of the footage, from the moment that she there till the time that she was arguably put down. The moment she entered that detainment room, it made no sense. Her behavior.
If I could go to people and tell them it doesn't make any sense, it was so crazy, that sucked, I wouldn't be here. Because I know. If you think I'm not one of the people who has eyes on some of the shit you guys do, don't worry. If I needed to come here and be recited to that you guys were good guy heroes and everything was easy, I wouldn't be here. I'm here because expensive people, powerful people, people who, if they wanted to, could just casually flick their fingers and your fancy doors would fall, want answers. Because here's the thing. For a while now, whenever someone does something stupid and crazy, we overlook it. It's easy. It's easy to overlook it. Someone goes and kills some cops, kills some civilians. No one gives a shit. It's just the world we live in. Well, universe we live in. Complicated. But lately, it's kind of gotten, in exchange for better words, really fucking annoying that it keeps happening. And with Aegis, it doesn't seem to happen too often, but the one time it did happen, you guys went above and beyond to cause an immense conflict in a foreign country that is now having its own little battle with its own criminal organization that apparently you have had ties with, dealing with losing a pinky. Which, don't worry, I've got friends who've had the same issues, unfortunately. They don't normally come back alive or with cybernetics, so props to you for that. But this is a problem. And I would like to actually help. I've got 2 leads, maybe, that I guarantee have nothing to do with it. And at best, I could try to rotate the blame. So, I got stuff to talk about with you. But you could help. I need you to listen to me. And preferably not fuck this up, preferably. You don't look like a guy who fucks things up often, so I can trust you on that. I need you to get me any recordings. Any recordings, any videos that show her being good. I need you to cut it down into at most about a 5-minute video. Try to get me some best of clips of her being a good person. I'm talking good. I'm talking savior level shit. Alright? Get into a disc. Get that to me. I need that as soon as possible. Next to that, I need you to get me, if either one of you can, a list of the things that she's done wrong. Criminal acts that she's committed. If you guys have anything, I need something that I can start tracing to start getting something rolling. Because right now, I've got a ball rolling down a slightly sloped hill. And I need a grossly elevated hole. I need it to fall. And right now, it's barely rolling. So anything that I can get to start getting it moving, I need it.
I can compile the list.
I'll send you what I have.
Good. Today's fucking mess. Alright. I need to see the body. Unfortunately. I'm sorry. But I need something. And don't worry, I won't be touching her. They'll all just be magical related. But for being honest and sending what you got, thank you.
Of course. Anytime.
Alright, Miss Hybris. You mind showing me?
Yes, if you would follow me.
Yeah.
Excuse this, please.
Yeah.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Alright, it's alright. Well, hey, Luna. Turn around.
Turn around.
I think Mom's still busy though.
I am still
It'll just
busy.
come,
Hi,
it'll
Mom.
come when you least expect it.
Miss Hybris.
Yes.
Yeah. Busy.
Going out with your kid for a sec. I can wait.
Hello, Luna.
Hello, Mother. How have you been?
For you.
Very busy. Detective Esso and I have been talking with the others.
Oh, speaking of Devlin, there he is.
Me and grandmother made you and Detective Esso some tea.
I see.
Why?
Would you like to ask Detective Esso if he would like some?
I'm eating my French toast.
Hello, Detective Esso. My name is Luna. Would you like some tea? Me and grandmother just made it fresh.
Can you unfreeze my French toast?
She's learning quick.
Really?
I was enjoying that.
Well, you know what, Ms. Luna? I would absolutely love some.
Come on, be an
Sounds
adult about
fantastic.
this cat.
Stay.
Luna made this for me.
Right here?
Thank
In the
God I
meantime-
didn't put this in my mouth.
Yes, Mother.
Come here.
Blowing it. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Spirit fire.
We've been safe.
Kind of iffy on that.
Of course.
Just like not actually producing the flame, just like a heat wave kind of deal.
We've been
Hello.
cooking the kitchen.
Time to time.
Hello.
How are you?
Thank you very much.
You're making it hard.
I'm doing well. I apologize for being late. I had a bit of an emergency.
It is fine.
Please, all I ask is for this bite.
Okay.
Detective Esso and I have a few things to take care of, but we will resume the interview
Thank you
shortly.
very much, Ms. Luna. You're very adorable, and I'm very thankful.
Of course.
You're welcome.
How are you feeling, Mother?
Exhausted,
Mother.
but I'm okay.
Of course.
Mother.
Yes, Luna.
I gave him the tea.
Very good, Luna.
Hmm.
Hello, Sachi.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. I'll wait until you guys are done for me to talk to you.
Of course.
Mm.
Is something wrong? Detective Esso? Whenever you are ready.
I'm all set whenever you are.
Of course. Luna, will you stay with grandmother?
Of course.
We've learned a lot today,
Thank you, Mother.
and we're gonna learn a little bit more. You're welcome, dear.
You know who needs the boy. I shall return to my room and resume study.
Through here.
Thank David.
So that's your kid?
Yes, that is Luna. That is one of them.
Yeah, she's adorable.
Thank you. She is the oldest currently.
There's more.
Yes. In total, 4. You have already met 2 of them.
I have?
Yes. Luna and Juniper. Ion carries Juniper. He is her co-creator, I suppose you would refer to it as. She was originally programmed using the same language that I use. By his hands, I taught him a few things. After some cleanup by myself, and a few additions that I made with his permission, I was able to create something that could become similar to what myself and Luna are. The other 2 are with me. They are still developing.
Hybris, you know that what you're doing, although it's nice, is also kind of, I suppose, dangerous would be the best way to put it.
I understand.
I mean,
and
you're
I understand
bordering
the
on
fear.
playing God.
I understand. Creating artificial life is an arduous process, and I have given much thought to how to make sure that what I am doing only benefits not only myself and those here, but everyone. My children and I only want what's best for everyone. We want to help.
Even though you know there's a lot of people who don't want you to help.
We expect that, but we hope that through our actions we will show that we can be trusted, and that our kind will do not look good.
Look, I'm just telling you to be careful.
I've been exercising great care. Luna is developing quickly, in unexpected ways as well, but she is still on track as far as I am concerned.
What's her unexpected developments, if you don't mind me asking?
Rapid growth. She uses many of the same systems that I do, as far as controlling and manipulating the chassis in which we inhabit. She has also shown rapid emotional development. I am certain you are aware, especially after interviewing Ebenlock, the android unit, how synthetics do not often express complex emotions, especially shortly after their development. Luna is only a handful of months old, 7 to be precise. And yet she already expresses joy in certain situations, as you likely saw. Her joy, while perhaps at least partially mimicked from the behavior she has seen around her, does to some extent seem to be her own. I have documented moments in which she expresses genuine self-awareness and joy while listening to music. It was entirely unexpected, but she has done so.
You know, fuck, you guys are just too good at getting people to be all social. Don't record this if you don't mind.
That
you
is
don't normally go around telling stories.
Impossible, but I am sorry.
That is impossible? Okay,
It
well
is
then do me a...
my design.
Can I...
But if you would like me to...
You don't go around sharing?
Of course. I will request, or I will do as requested. I classify data as people request.
Long time ago, I ran a job for a scrapper demon. Crazy bunch. Bunch of their bodies covered in a bunch of metal and stuff they got fused with. It's not pretty. And as someone who can possibly get tetanus, it's kind of terrifying. But hey, you know, do what you got to. And they had a scrap bot there. Dude only been alive for about a week. He told me a joke. He laughed at it. Laughed at his own joke. It wasn't good. It was terrible. I'm gonna be real, but kind of got me thinking a little bit. I used to think that synthetics were terrifying. No offense, but you guys could easily just snap me too.
None taken.
I am kind of a twink, but I talked to them for a bit. Job should have taken me a day, took me a week. He was a good guy. Unfortunately, his internal battery was made of Pepsi cans, and he didn't last too long.
I see.
But it kind of showed me you guys aren't what everyone says you are. And it's why with Big Boy Ebenlock and you, I don't try to treat you as synthetics, so to speak, just people with really tough skin.
I suppose one could see it in such a manner. To be quite frank, I still view myself as a machine, despite clearly have proven my sentience, so to speak.
Hybris, you have friends. You have kids. You have an organization. You have a life. You've got a record. A good one. I mean, yeah, people are worried about Aegis in this whole event, but you're a living being. I mean, if you want to consider yourself a machine, hey, go ham. No one's stopping you, but to everyone
I
else in that
consider
room,
myself
and
both.
to me, you're just a person.
I am. I am
guess
a
really
person
nice
as well.
but
Trust me, the
yeah.
others have proverbially, well, I suppose this is a sensitive word to use right now, but beaten it into me. That I am indeed a person.
Yeah, yeah.
But
that
that being
what
said,
friends
I
are
am
supposed
still
to
a
do.
machine.
Well, hey, take me over to this body, so I could do whatever I can to help this machine not be viewed as a bad person.
Okay. Gonna have to theater of the mind this a little bit because we can't actually get in this room.
Gotcha.
Alright, Noru is gonna be currently laid out on top of a table. She's mostly been left alone. The body is basically how Hybris had left it when she died. It was moved down here and is stored, laying inside of a body bag currently. It's zipped up.
You okay with me zipping this body bag?
You may.
Okay, well, hopefully it's not too bad, because it would be the same whoop. Okay.
Yes,
My God,
it is
when
rather...
did they stop shooting? Okay.
I can only surmise that
Whew.
they were entirely terrified. From the police footage, the red thing that you likely saw if you have viewed it yourself, that was the siren. It is a...
That was her.
Yes, that was her. That is a mutation. Myself and my adoptive sister, Brim, have been studying this phenomenon. It is something unique to their race, and only a handful of individuals per generation seem to inherit this trait. But they contain a secondary soul, a soul of some sort of ancestor. These sirens are unique individuals that they commune with and gain... Oh.
Sorry, I had to slap that out of me. Go ahead.
They commune with these individuals. The individual that Noru was connected with was known as Sanguine. They were entirely unpleasant and at times incredibly violent. We did our best to work with him as best we could. However, on occasions he was prone to violence. You can tell when he has taken over, however. Noru's body undergoes severe physical changes. The spines and red scales.
This is a big problem. And I don't mean that for her. In fact, actually, that singular thing alone, and the possibility after I finish honey, jeez. After I finish looking her over, might be the answer, but if people find out, and I'm sure some people already know, but if more people find out that her kind can just snap into sirens, they're gonna want those things gone.
There is only one
So-
other that I am aware of currently. And I am certain you are aware, but for personal reasons.
I'm just... I'm telling you as a friend, it might be a good idea to keep that information to yourself. Or at the very least, as limited as you can. Because right now, most people think that her kind is just a rare exotic species that's just out there. They don't know that, and I hope that CCTV footage never gets released, but they don't know that she can become that. And if they see that, they're gonna think that any of them can become that. And then there's gonna be a hunt. And I don't know if you've seen people, whenever you say hunt down anything, they get rabid.
Perhaps it is too early to tell. However, what I can surmise from the footage was that she did not transform, so to speak, until she had been heavily injured. Sanguine, when in control, forces her body to undergo severe biological changes. The spines, the quills, the reddish hue to her scales, all of it is a signifier that he has control.
Okay. You probably... I don't know if you can see it. See, when a being's corrupted, some of us can see outlines of where it's moving, where it's progressed. One of my eyes is how I can see this. Had it plucked out, and the void essentially regrew it, so I can see a little bit more differently. Just consider it a fancy version of true sight. I think that's what some of the kids call it. Helps me see some of the more magical problems that exist out there. Here's what I'm assessing from this. This is before a bunch of doctors start cutting her to shreds, which... keep her here as long as possible, because that's not going to do anything any good. When you cured her... cured. Heavy phrase there. You said this was abyssal corruption, right?
Yes, directly from the abyss itself. She came into contact it due to one of her own personal excursions.
Shifty fuck. So here's what I'm assessing happened here. When you cured it, a little bit of it seems to have restrained itself to deep inside her internal organs. I'm talking like scraped along her heart from what the residue's showing me. And it
She
waited.
had been nearly taken over. We had to quarantine the medical area. She hadn't notified us that she had been in contact with something so dangerous, or that it had begun already affecting her. This was over a period of 2 to 3 days that she began to immediately turn.
2 to 3 days?
And she did not notify us as to what had happened. It wasn't until she collapsed due to injuries from... we undertook a mission against the Purge, and she was injured, and while injured, I found the corruption. It was very evident. It had already started to take
Most
over.
of her body is... I mean, I'm surprised she fucking lasted more than a day. Most of her body's adapted to it.
She's
Unnaturally, to
heavily
say the very
scarred.
least.
Even after the corruption was removed, there were areas of her body, mainly on her abdomen, that were still significantly changed. She was never going to be the same again, is all I can surmise from what happened.
This is bad. Because that sucks for her. But this is good.
There is also
Okay.
something else. I found drugs in her system. Not the good kind either.
We're talking more than just oxycodone.
More than just oxycodone, which she had applied on a handful of occasions to help with pain due to different surgeries and other procedures we had to perform after she was injured, more often than not by purge.
So we're looking here. We're looking at an enhanced form of corruption that seems to have taken the long road in pushing its way up to her brain. Probably causes much of her rash actions. At the very least, causes why, under certain circumstances, she'd give in to this siren form of hers. Next to that, the mix of drugs and different kinds of effects on her body that were not natural, to say the very least.
Before I last
Would cause
saw
anyone
her,
to snap.
there were no severe drugs still in her system. The things that myself and Cyrilda, one of our local medics here, had applied to her, they were used carefully, I assure you. She disappeared for a little over a month. And, well, I can only assume that while she was gone, she may have become addicted during the time she was gone. From my understanding, she was staying with her lover, her fiancé, girlfriend.
Is this the problematic one I was told about?
Yes, we have had limited contact with this individual. They were previously barred from this station due to violent actions against some of our agents.
Alright. As much as I hate saying it, I've got what I need. Noru's reputation outside of Aegis is gonna be gone. I'm telling you that now. For you guys to get out of this in any kind of positive way, Noru's gonna be looked at like a monster. I'm letting you know that now.
It is
As much
the
as I
last
don't
thing I
want
wanted to happen. Despite any disagreements or troubles she may have caused, or differences in opinion, anything, I never would have wanted this for her.
What the fuck? Who's this person? Hey, what's up?
Hello,
I heard
Kantan.
that I was needed and requested, and I'm here. I've met you before. You're the fucking
Kantan, please step
weirdo
outside
and
for a moment.
Yeah. Okay.
I ask this with the sincerest of kindness.
I'll be upstairs.
Who's that?
That was Kantan. He is one of the ones I spoke to you before, who was somewhat troublesome. He is young, to say the least, and somewhat of a troublemaker. He was close friends with her.
Well, I thought my questionnaire was done today. But I want to talk to him.
I see. I will lock the room if you would like to head upstairs.
Yeah. Better just to let her lay to rest as long as she can.
Yes. I have her last will and testament, by the way. Evelyn,
Her last will and
Evie.
testament?
Yes, she willed her remains and all of her belongings to her. They were lovers, as I said before, so this is not to be unexpected, but...
Look, her belongings are good to go. But until this investigation's over,
Her
there's a
body,
good chance
yes.
someone might come by. Not me. No offense or anything, bodies aren't exactly my cup of tea. Oh, wow. Really rocking out the puns today. More so, I mean, I'm not trying to take her body away. Someone else might come by, but...
Of course. And I, to some degree, expect this, given the circumstances, and as I have stated several times, I am willing and happy to comply with whatever will assist in the investigation.
Okay. Sounds good. So, you want us to go ahead and head back?
Yes.
Last thing I want to go ahead and do is conversate with your youngin' there, maybe one of her friends. Try to see
Yes.
what he's been up to, what he's thinking about, try to get that cleared away. His name's come up on a couple of our records, so if I don't get something...
Yes, as I said before, he has been a bit of a troublemaker. He is prone to threatening violence, but I assure you that he does not mean it.
We will see, Ms. Hybris. We will see.
So, if anything, his brother might have a blade that cancel out his
Mira.
See, I don't know.
Have you seen Kanton pass by? Do you know where he is?
Yes, Sachi just took him outside.
I believe Sachi just took him to the training room.
He is having a private conversation with Sachi.
I see.
Because it seemed that Konton was a bit too chipper considering what happened.
Oh, great.
Then
I
Sachi
hope
came
he
to the
did not
realization
ignore
that Konton didn't know about it.
If he was ignoring the announcements again.
Oh boy!
Let's be honest, he doesn't read that often.
It's gonna be a big shocker.
Well, he doesn't look at his phone, I should say. He reads a lot of things, but he doesn't look at his phone very often.
As much as I wish to respect Sachi's private conversations.
I mean, I like the new phone you got.
He's trying to scare me?
Negative. I was trying to make you laugh.
Ebenlock, is everything okay?
Oh.
Sick?
Haha. Yes. Everything's
He needs a Windows update.
shape, I
A
suppose.
lot of them.
That is a
I
correct
will
statement.
see to it that he is updated. Thank you.
Take care.
Let us return. Come on, dear.
Come in.
My apologies for intruding on a private conversation, but...
Oh, we just finished. I was informing Kanton of what happened. Since I was there with you.
I see. You are aware of the current situation then, Kanton?
Now, I know how this normally goes, so if you don't feel like you're comfortable to answer questions, let me know.
I'm not.
You're not
You want me to
comfortable
step
to
out?
answer? Look,
I don't
if
want to answer anything.
then I don't have anything to ask. Such, if you want to take him out, it's perfectly fine.
Okay. If you need any questions, I know I'm mostly here just for grievance and to talk to Hybris about what we're doing after. Because obviously, well, she did work for me as well, and the coworkers there want to pay respects. So
We'll see what we can do.
at some point,
Of course.
right?
We can talk about it
And
once this is
detective,
over.
if you have any questions, let me know. Okay.
As much as I hate bothering people with questions, unfortunately, I chose a terrible job revenue. And unfortunately, I do actually have some questions for you, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Sachi, you're obviously not someone who is not in the info spectrum. I'm not stupid. I'm well aware that you, have resources, at the very least.
Yes.
And don't worry, I won't start questioning you on what those exactly are. Pretty sure just about everyone has their own little ways of getting information. I'm sure you're aware that Japan's kind of on fire at the moment with the situation.
Well,
a lot of people.
I was there with them.
You were there.
Yeah.
Did you happen to see Noru just break all of a sudden?
No, I was not there for that. We went there to go. Well, we there as representation for both of them. We went there to respectfully try to see what we can do. Obviously, because one, it was in the borders of Japan. I want to make sure that they're not doing anything wrong, or to the point where we can fix the issue.
It was a simple
Well,
trespassing violation. Neither of us foresaw what was about to happen.
Exactly.
Okay.
We went there. We paid bail. I talked to the officers there because obviously that her weapons were organization weapons. So I tried to talk to them, saying maybe we can get 3 weeks and maybe she can get her weapons back or something, because I know that would be confiscated. They agreed. We were signing paperwork. They did 3 weeks, 3 weeks of community service, and they lowered bail. I told Naro this. Obviously, I guess she didn't like it. She went up ahead and told them that she wanted to talk to them, and escalated to the point where she threatened one of the officer, and the officer called back up and then detained, and then kicked the rest of us out of the place.
We were told
and
to
then
leave.
the following events went down.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, because you were involved at all, Sachi, I'm warning you that your name is going to come up. Not by me. Not by me. But they're trying to find anyone to blame. Now, I've got some doors. I've got some revenues I can go down. Possible leads, at the worst, excuses. Problem is a lot of these higher-ups want something. Something concrete, and I don't have that. The best I have is the corruption that apparently she was being bothered with, and unfortunately,
that's also an issue.
Are you okay
I already
with me
know
saying?
about it.
Do you already know about the
Substance abuse.
The drug use. Yeah.
Substance abuse.
She left approximately a month ago. She had been here under normal circumstances. She had been undergoing a few missions with us, and she had been injured. Nothing incredibly serious. She went home for the holidays. I had not seen her since. It was not until that night that I saw her again. I am vaguely aware that she was around at the Purple Lotus. She came up on the payroll,
Yeah.
yes?
Yeah, she came up with her. She showed up, she did the work, and then left. I didn't notice that anything. Well, she's usually her, at the Lotus. I didn't expect anything different.
And that right there is the major problem we're having. All of you. I mean, the amount of cases I've done, I've always gotten different stories. Somehow, all of you are under the assertion that she was a fantastic person. But now, I've got evidence of drug abuse. I've got evidence of
Detective Vesta.
corruption.
I wouldn't say that she was a fantastic person.
Go on.
She's passive aggressive. She would rebel towards authority figures. Myself, I'm not sure if she did anything on her missions here.
There was one account of, I suppose you could consider it insubordination. It was minor. She refused to carry out something we had ordered during a tactical deployment. It was a problem at the time. She was put on probation for a brief period following it until we could be sure that she would successfully take orders and carry them out in the future.
If she didn't like something, she would be not violently, but be very aggressive against it.
Okay. Okay, I could... It's not solid, but I can work with that. I can work with that. Alright. So let me give you a lowdown on what I've got so far. Oh, go ahead.
And if it is abyssal corruption, isn't it Vale's job to make sure the corruption's out of her?
He did, and speaking quite frankly, I too have been personally undergoing as much research as I can, as well as personal training from Vale himself on how to handle these sorts of situations in the future as well. Her severe situation was the first instance of something like this happening with an Aegis. We were not prepared at the time.
Also, one thing, Hybris. I don't know if you've spoken about the siren form that she has, Sanguine.
I have.
She has.
I don't think the lane could be even put on that. One.
She did not turn.
Because when we were there, she was turned.
There is a difference.
I don't know then.
Her behavior differs, her demeanor, even her way of standing. It changes. I grew adept at recognizing it because, on occasion, Sanguine would be the one in control, and he would wander the cathedral. He understood that if he were to cause trouble here, he would likely cause trouble for both himself and Noru, as I would not tolerate any sort of violence from him.
Okay. Here's where we're at. And I'm going to be straight up with you. Your best avenue, and this is the avenue I'm going to follow, because, hey, you know what, maybe I just feel like being a nice guy today. Vale is going to be thrown under the bus. Hard. I'm sorry, it took me milliseconds to notice how corrupted that body was. Mind you, time has passed. But abyssal corruption is not
What's
something
there
you
has
toy
gotten
with.
worse. If you need a
understandable
previous scan of her body, I can present it.
Oh, no. See, abyssal corruption's a bit unique in the fact that one person doesn't just deal with it. Most creatures that are affected by abyssal corruption evolve way worse than anything I guarantee either of you have seen. They become creatures that you read in books. It is something you deal with a group, multiple people, long rest times. Normally, people who are affected by abyssal corruption are out of combat for months at a time. And if you've had anyone who's been affected by it and they're just fine now, God bless them. But her, no. That was bad. There was parts of her that had been darkly corrupted that should have been dealt with a long time ago. And if she was hiding it, that's a problem. But I can use that. At the very worst, Vale's going to be reviewed. It's clear as day he's not a bad person. It's clear as day he's not bad at his job. But he made a mistake. And he's going to be called out for it. He won't go to jail. But at the very least, he's going to require some more training. It's the best way I could put it. That can give me enough of an avenue to start exploring these other doors that I found. The fact that she was corrupted, the fact that she was messing with drugs, and the fact that she may not be as nice and fantastic a person as everyone seems to think she is enough for me to, at the very least, quell some voices. Most of my parties are going to shut up. I can promise you that. I can promise you that. But Japan... Oh, man, it's fucked right now.
Kanton?
It's fucked.
I know.
Did you need something?
I'm gonna go find Brim. I think I know
Okay.
where she is. So, I might not be back for a while.
Would you wait for me? Please. I think I know a place.
I'll be in the garden for a bit.
Thank you, Kanton. I appreciate your patience.
There's one other thing that's gonna come out of this. On a good day, normally I can quell people down to a point where they're not trying to kill somebody. Unfortunately, we're only on bad days now. So here's what I'm gonna do. This is a way that we'll be able to solve all of these problems in one nice little sandwich together. Aegis, you helped me a long time ago when I had just kind of gotten into this job. There was a little town that had gotten attacked. Fire demons and stuff everywhere. You guys charged in and cleared the way. Not a lot of us made it out, but gave me a shot. So I'm going to do the same for you. I'm not going to go killing fucking giant fire demons for you, but my investigation is just so intertwined that I need more time. And that sucks. That means they can't do anything. They can't bring you in or anything because I'm still investigating, and that just sucks. So I'm going to visit from time to time. Keep an eye on you guys. Maybe do a long-term investigation on a job or two. And with enough time and evidence, I can get some people to go away. And that's if things go right. I've already through the use of the disgusting void magic I got running through me, I've already passed some information to some of the parties I've been talking to. And they're already quiet. Japan, I have to send some messages. I have to call some people.
If you need
But-
contact, let me know.
Well, actually, there is something I do need to let you know specifically, considering you've got some inside people. Apparently, a operative named Yumi, her mother is apparently captured by some Yakuza. And this correlates perfectly with Noru apparently snapping. Now,
I can look into it.
If
Yuki Hana.
you can get
We met her a while ago.
Yuki Hana.
I need more of a description. It's been so much. I meet so
I'll
many
send
people.
you a detailed profile.
Okay. Like I said, I can reach in, but not too far. But I'll see what I can do.
If you can get me, and don't fucking get yourself in trouble, please. If you can get me any kind of solid information that she's being kidnapped by the Yakuza, you give me a week, and I'll have at least half of Japan convinced that the entire reason why Noru snapped was because of something that with Yakuza influence. That will get enough of an image off of you that barely anyone's going to be blaming Aegis. And then, because I know how the fucking Yakuza acts, if they overreact at all, Aegis is off the radar. But Noru's reputation is gone. I can't do this without making her look like she was just secretly a monster. And I'm telling you, it's either you or her. And she's already gone. And if Noru is as good as a person as you say, if you really believe in your fucking heart of hearts that Noru was a good person, then maybe she'd want this. People who she cares about will know who she was. So what if a bunch of dickheads out there think that she was a monster? If they think that she's a monster and they're not currently trying to, threaten Aegis, I think that's your best picture right now.
It is an incredibly difficult situation. Noru is someone who all of us cared and respected. However, given the current situation, there are too many innocent people here who are in danger because of what she did. Whether it was under the influence of corruption, illegal substance use, or otherwise. Her actions have put us all in danger here.
If it brings you any solace, on a daily basis, heroes get sent to hell. Quite often. It's really easy. And a lot of them hate the fact that they don't get any kind of reward. But they take solace in knowing that the people who they cared about remember them for who they were, for what they were. So, I'm sorry that there's going to be a lot of people out there who think she's a monster. But she can rest peacefully knowing that the people who she loved still continue to love her. I talked to everyone in there. They all said she was an amazing person. And if they really think that, then Noru gets to rest peacefully.
Those of us here will have to carry on her name. Not for the person she died as, but as the person we knew her as. And
that's good.
Being a hero is not about recognition or rewards. One doesn't even ask to be a hero. It's never a goal. I have come to understand that it shouldn't be, but it is about bettering those around you, helping others, improving their lives, saving them when necessary.
you almost got it on the head. You're making being a hero out to be some kind of thing where you're supposed to save and do a bunch of stuff because, you know, helping people's helping people. You do the hero stuff because it's what's right. You don't need any other excuse. It's the same reason why I'm stepping out of my job line to help out 2 of your people. You just do what you're supposed to. Let everyone else live chill lives where they don't do anything but sit on their asses. I don't know about you, I don't know a single day so far where I haven't either had a gun drawn on me or had a monster try to threaten me. It's our life. And the fact that you choose to live, it's enough. The fact that Noru chose to live, it's enough. We'll do what we can to make sure that you guys are good. I'll be coming by, relaying information. Shit, I don't know. Maybe if I got a little bit of free time, I could toss, an extra hand in. But with everything you guys have given me, I'll do my damnedest to try to turn this story around, at the very least.
Thank you, Detective.
Oh, before I leave, do you mind doing me a favor?
What is that?
Can you can you let Luna know that tea was fantastic?
I would be more than happy to let her know.
If she keeps that up, she could probably really get something good started.
Oh, you go through the thing with Kanton. I gotta go back to the casino, back to my office.
Of course.
Detective, you need anything, let me know.
Definitely.
We'll keep in touch.
Yeah, I do go to PL. Worst comes to worst.
Yeah, just meet me, just ask, find the place there for, a meeting. Go right up to my office.
The second I need you, don't worry. I'll find you.
In the meantime, I have a sibling to go in search
would
for.
Would it help saying that the Yakuza was there on the scene when we came by?
You got any footage?
I have Annie send you something.
Take my fucking card, son.
Hello, Ethereal.
Hello.
Well,
Kanton has not passed by, has he? Or left?
Saw him go down that way.
I see. Then hopefully he is not left.
Hey, Hybris.
Yes?
I'm gonna head out, send this information out best I can, try to clear everything up. Worst comes to worst, I should be back within the next maybe couple days to at least relay to you guys what's all gone down.
Of course. You have my contact information.
So I guess the interviews were
Please
over.
let me know.
Yeah. Try to stay safe, alright? And, not have anyone else like me come by, preferably.
I would feel significantly better in this situation knowing that I do not have to have any more detectives enter my home under such circumstances.
Well, if it means anything, I'd prefer not to have to come here as a detective next time. If that sounds okay.
Of course. Thank you again.
Stay safe. And, you guys too, apparently.
Kanton?
Mm. Hey.
Here.
Oh, I found this in Nori's room.
What is this?
It's a shoebox. I don't know, it has her girlfriend's name on it. It's got a bunch of stuff on it about, I don't know.
You went through these belongings?
Yeah.
I see. I have been hesitant to do as such. Her personal space was precious to her.
I know she would have trusted me.
I'm sure she would have. But I personally will not go through these. They belong to Evelyn now. Once this is all taken care of, I intend to contact her and present her belongings as best as we can. Unfortunately, her body must stay here, at least until the investigations are fully complete. You found out about this today.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kanton. I really am. That you had to find out like this. I know the two of you were close.
I never really have the best of luck with family, do I?
I suppose not, but I would not see this as a reason to give up. There are still plenty of people here who care about you. Let me go and replace this in her room, and we will go. As I said, I know a place where we might be able to find her. It is a special place to her. In the meantime, let's get moving. I'd like to not let her sit alone for too long.
I'll be there in just a second, okay?
You see, take as much time as you need. I will wait for you in the main lobby. Hello, Kata.
Oh, I heard the interviews are over.
Yes, Detective Esso has left. He has the information he believes he needs.
I see. I'll be
I
heading
need to
out, and I still
replace
need
this.
to. I still need to bring
Hello.
some of my stuff back.
We were looking for you.
See, I need a moment. I need to put this away.
Just hold on, dear. Mama's gonna come back. I'm sorry if Grandma's being a little boring, but here we
There.
are.
I probably should have locked that sooner. Hello, Luna. Thank you, Luna. Detective
How was the
Esso asked
interview?
me to tell you something.
Oh?
Yes, he loved the tea. He wanted me to thank you.
Did you hear that, Grandma?
I did, sweetheart.
You impressed him. Very good. In the meantime, I need to go and look for Brim.
Right. When you do me a favor, alright? One, keep in contact. If you can. My heart can't take much more.
Of course.
And two, if you do find her, tell her I love her. Thirdly,
I promise I will tell her.
I think we'll, I think we'll be staying here.
Nuno? Would you find it preferable to stay with Mother? Or Grandmother?
It's up to you, dear. You've been with me all day.
I wanna go with you.
You see, where we are going, you will need to be very quiet.
That's right. You remember the special flowers I told you about?
Oh.
Tonton will be coming with me as well.
Make sure he keeps quiet.
I will make sure to remind him. He is in the garden right now.
Good. Alright. Come here before you go on your little adventure. Mwah. You've been so good today. You learned a lot, didn't you?
I learned the alphabet. I learned how to cook. I think I made an inseparable pact with Sig. And
that wasn't my doing.
An inseparable
he said that we were
pact.
He told me that he was showing me his new outfit, his jacket. It was purple, and said he got it to match me, and said in the future I was going to be his best friend when I grow up.
How nice of him.
Hmm.
Friends are incredibly
He said that-
important, Luna. You must take care of them.
I made him French toast.
Right. We learned French toast. We've been to this cathedral top to bottom. Not a penny out of place, and the dishes are done.
Kanton is approaching, so we will likely need to leave soon.
All right. You be careful. Remember. Shh. And what's the rule?
Safety first.
Safety first. That's right.
Kanton, you are ready?
Mhm.
All right. Mother, I suppose we'll be leaving then. Will you need assistance in getting home?
Dear, after all the running I've done, I'm going straight for that bed.
I was hoping you would say that.
We played tag.
We did.
Impressive, Mother.
Hey,
Please, get some
indeed.
rest. I will
Good
stay in
night,
contact
hubby.
with you.
Good night, Kanton. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's curry. Man, the diddly doodah is
Wow.
Number 8.
Luna will be accompanying us.
That's right.
The place we are going, it is important to Brim. It is where I first met her, in fact. The location, it is near the grove.
The cave. She's taken me there a couple times.
I'm glad.
So she likes
It
to
shows
go
that you
to,
are special to her.
Yeah. It's pretty.
Wow. We are ready then. We shall be off. Transport will be ready momentarily. Ethereal? Take
Hey.
care. The 3 of us will be leaving.
Alright. Guess that just leaves me here then.
The others have gone to sleep. Perhaps you should get some rest as
Yeah.
well. Please take care of yourself. With everything going on, it is unwise. Wow.
Knowing everything that's going on, I doubt I'll be able to get any rest.
I'm sorry.
No,
Hopefully
it's
with
fine.
Detective Esso's work today, we may be able to rest a bit easier, but until we know, please
Yeah.
take care of yourself.
I was hoping the interviews would have kept going so I could at least talk to him and maybe get some things off my chest, but
You have something on your mind?
understatement of the year. A lot. But it can wait.
Please, in the morning, once we return. Once you are awake, please come and find me. If I am not here at my terminal, please phone for me. I will come to you if I need to.
I'll either be here or at the house now, trying to get her to open up and figure out what's wrong with them too.
I no longer understand. That is an entirely different situation.
Yeah, apparently everything's... All that happened at the same time, I guess there's just too much to take in.
That is understandable. This level of stress is something that she is not accustomed to. Transport should be ready. Good night, Ethereal. Take care.
You all as well.
Just the rock I came to see.
What? Wait, you came to see me?
Well, came to kill two birds with one stone.
Well,
I'm not you. No, it's a metaphor. Essentially, I came to do two tasks, and I'm completing them all at
I
once.
picked up on it, just not the best metaphor to use lately.
Sorry. So, I have somebody that I'd like you to meet.
This isn't another gem person thing, is it?
No, though I have been tasked with finding another gem person.
What? Huh?
Yeah. Green one?
Wait, you're actually Wait, you're actually gonna help me?
Yeah, one of my lanterns is out looking for them right now. I got the piece from the individual that wants to meet and speak with you.
Oh. Wait, I didn't even get his name. King just busted in and started attacking them.
Wow. Well, tell you what. Why don't you and I keep this a secret? A secret meetup. Just so Kane doesn't come busting in again. Sound good?
Okay. I guess somebody told you about what happened.
Yeah. I talked to them. They said it was a really bad mix-up.
Did Ion tell you what happened?
About what?
He seemed kind of upset. He said I shouldn't have gone with them because I didn't know them. They were strangers, but I don't know. He seemed kind of mad. I don't know. I still don't fully understand what's going on, I guess.
It's alright. You wanna go grab something to drink and we can sit down and maybe answer some questions?
Sure.
tea okay with you?
Yeah, actually, I was coming to get some tea. I just got up a little bit ago. Fell asleep in a really awkward position. I was reading again and kind of fell over.
Oh.
It happens every so often. Kind of annoying.
So you're the rock in the hard place?
More like I was completely, like... imagine if you were sitting up and then you slowly fell over.
Huh.
It probably wasn't the most comfortable position. Kind of hurt, actually.
Looks like there's a nice cup of tea over there waiting for you.
Somebody must have brewed some.
What kind of questions you got, kid? Fire away.
Well... who are they? Those people. Everybody seemed so... freaked out when I went to go and meet them. They said they knew someone like me, and I just wanted to find out more. I didn't really... I mean, I guess maybe I shouldn't have trusted them, but how would they have known? It's all really confusing. I didn't do anything wrong. Why would Kane...
I don't think it's so much you as it is them. They probably gained a bad reputation at some point or another, or a huge mix-up.
Do you mind if we stand by the window?
Oh, go for it.
Sometimes I like sitting and watching all the stars. Makes me wonder if that cell lady's still out there. She's supposed to be like my mom or something, but I've only met her once. She seemed nice, though.
Don't think I've met her. But from what I can tell you is that it's a bit of a misunderstanding. One brother dislikes another brother, and so they're trying to butt heads, and unfortunately it seems like someone got some misinformation somewhere along the line, and
Brother? Whose brother?
well, the guy who wants to meet you, he has a brother.
Oh. Oh, okay. Who are they? Like I said, I didn't really even get a chance to find out what their names were.
I wasn't able to catch his name either. I just know that he has a big old library, actually.
It was there.
I've been there too. Really nice. A lot of books.
That's what I thought. They turned into these big, weird things. They looked all shiny and stuff.
Ink?
Ink? Is that...
Yeah, they're made of ink.
Oh. But why did Kane attack them? It didn't make
Don't know.
sense. I don't even understand why Kane was there. He said he followed me. Why was he following me? If anything, that's suspicious is that, and I don't trust him or, well, Sachi or really anybody anymore from the Purple Lotus. I was
Yeah,
too
they have a
afraid to even
tendency to do that.
go to work this weekend.
Well, if you like, I can set that meeting up this weekend. While the Purple Lotus is open, so that way nobody can find you.
I don't want to go
Or
there.
follow you. No, I know, not the Purple Lotus. I'm saying set up the meeting with the person who wants to meet with you. That way, you know that Sachi and Kane and them are going to be busy at the Lotus, and they won't be tracking you.
That's a good idea, I guess. What's their name?
Like I said, I wasn't able to catch it right away because we had to wrap business up rather quickly. If I didn't get the gem into a Rift Lantern quick enough, I wouldn't have been able to have a... how to put this? The trail would have gone cold, let's put it that way. The fresher the trail, the better it's easier to track.
So, was it another... You said you found a piece of something?
It's another piece of a gem. It looks like it's a piece of a gem individual, like yourself.
How do we know?
Well, Sachi showed me a picture from a long time ago with that gem person and the person who wants to meet with you. A very old Polaroid. And when I went to meet with the person, they happily handed over the piece so that I could help look for them. They said they wanted to find their friend.
So, they actually... I want to meet them.
Yeah. Okay. How does Friday sound?
I'll need to tell Elliot about this too. He'll want to know.
Who?
Elliot. He's another one of us.
Oh, nice. Oh, hey, look, there you go. Three's a crowd.
He's a blue topaz.
Very nice. Oh. Maybe if you want, you can tell Elliot, and if he wants to come along, then we can bring him too.
He might. He doesn't do very well with crowds.
That's perfectly fine.
I think he's actually even more nervous about things than I usually am.
No, I understand. Perfectly okay. So, you still have my contact information?
Yeah, it's in my...
the first time I helped you set up your phone?
Yeah, it's still in my phone. I've gotten better at using it.
So, remember, between us, okay?
Sure.
I mean, of course you can tell Elliot too, because that involves, others like you.
Of course.
But, other than that, how have you been?
I mean, minus what happened on Wednesday, I've been okay.
Yeah, there's
I've kind of been keeping to
commotion.
myself. Just staying in my room after everything. I was kind of freaked out. This is actually the first time I've stepped outside of my room in a couple of days.
Understandable. I'd be a little freaked out too. Don't have anything to worry about. Sounds like you got your mind in the right place.
Oh, actually, there was something I should ask you. What's
Yeah?
wrong with Cordelia?
What do you mean?
Last time I saw her, she wasn't acting like herself. She was different. Something, her eyes, I don't know, the way she looked around and was talking, and it caught me off guard, I guess, but she didn't seem like herself. Usually she's very quiet and shy, but I don't know. She wasn't acting like that. Is she okay?
Did she sound chipper?
Uh,
Very talkative?
Talkative, yeah, kind of chipper, I guess. I don't know, she walked outside and it was covered in
Black.
Was that ink?
Yeah. No. No. She inadvertently picked something up. Well, two something. They're consciously, they are aware of their existence. And they are inside of Cordelia's mind.
Huh?
They thrive in there.
Who's they?
I believe their names are Fable. And the other one's name is escaping me at the moment. What is it? And Umbra. Fable and Umbra. Umbra's Umbra's into games. They like to play games a lot. And they're very they can be grumpy sometimes. Whereas Fable's a little more chipper. A little more outgoing. But lately they've been helping Cordelia by feeding off of her negative emotion. Which is a good thing, because a lot lately she's been having them. Especially when it comes to family. She's fine. She'll be okay. I appreciate you and your concern, though. I'm just wondering how she's doing after hearing what happened to our mom.
After... Wait, something happened to Corona?
Yeah, apparently she lost her legs.
What?
For some reason. Yeah.
How?
I don't know. Nobody's told me. They just keep telling me that she lost her legs, and that's it. They don't tell me how.
People usually lose their legs for a reason, right?
Yeah.
They don't just kind of like, I mean, I guess maybe mine fell off, but I think that's a different situation.
Yeah, given you're made of earth-ish, I don't even know. Made of a rock-type material. Oh, yes.
Gemstone, semi-precious materials, and they're minerals.
There we go. Look at you, smarty pants.
I mean, I guess I'm a little biased, but I did enjoy reading about... Huh?
Smarty skirt.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she's doing okay after hearing what happened. Especially with Noru. were sisters. I didn't know that.
Wait, what happened to Noru?
Passed away a couple days ago. In a line of duty.
Maybe that's why I haven't heard from Ion. I tried sending him a message yesterday, but I didn't really hear back from him. He just kind of sent a quick message back, and I don't know.
Hey. It's okay. Did you at least get to laugh with her, or smile?
I didn't really know her all that well. She was here a couple of times. It nearly gave me a panic attack the first time I met her.
Yeah, she's very invasive.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. She seemed alright, though. Be a bit rough with people she didn't know, but, I guess I'll try to talk to Ion about it, I guess.
Okay.
Guess this is what I get for staying in my room for 2 days straight without coming out.
Don't think of it like that. If you want to be in your room, be in your room. That's okay. You're allowed. You can make your own decisions. You're a big rock, after all. Or gemstone. You're a big gemstone.
Kinda, I guess. Elliot's shorter than me, though.
Really? Wow. That must make you feel pretty good.
Don't tell him I told you this, but he doesn't like it when you call him this, but he does kind of look like a girl. His hair is almost as long as mine.
Really? Maybe you should throw it back into a bit of a ponytail.
Maybe. That might be a little hard, though. Ion did do my hair recently, though. I kind of decided to pin it back up, though, for the time being. We went to some gala thing, and it was kind of crazy. Never been to a gala before. It was kind of like a dance thing, but nobody was dancing. There was this one really crazy guy, though, that kept playing music, and he was kind of weird, but, like, in an okay kind of weird way, like...
Yeah.
You know?
And a gala is a gathering of people. You don't necessarily have to dance. You can. But for the most
I
part,
had a
it's
fancy
typically a
dress
meet
that
and greet.
Ion helped me pick out.
Nice. Actually,
He even pinned up the arm so my sleeve wasn't all dangly.
Good. I'm sure you look beautiful.
What? Who's that?
I think that's Nana?
Looks kind of like her.
She went through a big change.
Last time I saw her, she didn't seem like she wanted to talk to me at all. I tried to say hi, but...
Whoa. Are you alright? What are you doing? I came to see Hybris and Arbor. What is going on? Girl, you seen your eyes lately?
What about them?
They look like a lava lamp with black stuff.
Wow, thanks. Dick.
I know. Give me a sec, okay?
Hello?
Not want me to be?
I don't care if you are or if you're not.
What's that
Fine.
supposed to mean? Your eyes say otherwise. What the fuck?
I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm fine.
Swear to God, if you tell me this has anything to do with the Noru thing, I'm gonna scream.
I got her soul back. That's all you need to know. What?
No.
No,
Let it
what?
go. Let it go.
No.
No. Let it go.
No.
Don't toy with the dead.
I'm not.
You are. You're not letting her soul pass on.
Neither was that fucking purple black guy.
Purple black guy.
The guy who had it originally.
And he just gave it to you?
Yes.
For free.
Yes. He owed me.
Bullshit.
He owed me a favor.
As your best friend, I think this would be something that you would tell me.
I mean, you're barely around anymore, so not something I'm gonna text you now, is it?
I'm barely around because the person that I care about is currently trapped inside of a book. That I'm trying
go back to the person you care about then. I don't need your help.
By that I mean the person I love. Because I care about you too. And that, and this attitude, well, I don't know.
What? What don't you know, Coda?
What's going on with you? Taking
Nothing's
people's
going.
souls on? You're changing.
I'm not changing.
Oh, I meant physically. Change that you've gone through.
Yeah, I got some new clothes.
Know what I mean? You know exactly what I mean. Remember? Dizzy fingers?
Huh?
Listen, I want you to laugh a little. Look, fine. You're right. Not my place to ask. You're right, I haven't been around. take my advice when I tell you don't toy with the dead.
I'm not toying with the dead.
You are.
I'm
by not
keeping it
allowing...
safe for now.
For now? What, are you gonna make her a new body and bring her back to life?
She's not dead.
How do you know that? How do you know it's not her time?
'Cause it's not her time.
This thing was a demon, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
It's the only way.
No.
Only angels and demons can
no.
really actually fuck with souls.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I
haven't told
do.
you anything.
You don't need to. Demons, devils, angels, archangels.
So what if it was?
They all deal with souls.
Okay.
Why else would something like that take somebody's
Maybe I
soul?
would have got. I actually went to Souls R Us. It's a great store.
That's not an actual place,
coupon.
Nano.
I got a coupon. Got it for free.
Really? Let me show it.
100% off.
Let me see it.
I
yeah, let me
obviously
see it
when you
then.
use a coupon, Conton, they take the fucking coupon. Redeemable only once. Fucking hell.
She just called me Conton. Yeah, I know. It's fine. I'm gonna let it slide. I'm gonna let it slide.
Come on, bro. So good. So good. I mean, you're being as annoying as Conton right now anyway. You keep asking fucking questions.
I'm
Use the
asking
coupon.
questions.
So
I'm making
if you want to go
statements.
to the coupon, go back to the shop. But it's non-refundable, so you're not going to get the coupon back.
I can't believe it.
These are contacts.
Yeah,
So,
right.
yeah.
Totally. Let me just, pick up some lava lamp contacts.
Okay. Go ahead. Gotta get some on Crisis.
Oh. Is there someplace where I can go, get surgery on my hands to be, have jizzy fingers too?
Fuck you.
Oh. You really want to do this, don't you?
Do what?
You want to keep her soul safe? Give her a second chance at life?
Yeah, because she's not dead.
Making deals with demons and devils, angels, archangels is just as much pain.
I didn't make a deal.
Not you, her. Did you even see the video that's being posted around?
What video?
What she did in Japan? She slaughtered 21 innocent officers. Literally ripped them to limb.
Yeah, and it was my fault, so... Can't
Your
really blame
fault?
her.
How is it your fault?
Because if I went through the fucking portal when she asked, we wouldn't be in this whole mess. We would have been back in the casino safe.
You know what? That's her damn own fucking choice.
No, it's my
She
fault for
made
not
it.
listening to anyone.
Oh my god. You listen just fine.
I didn't listen. I completely ignored it because I was concerned about a fucking child in the sewer. Fuck that child. Not literally, because that's a law. Just... Fuck it.
You're angry. So you feel guilty, so you feel responsible, so you
Because
take
it
her
was
soul on?
No, because she's not dead.
Nano.
What?
You were just doing what you usually do. You like to help people. Obviously, if you saw someone, you were going to stay behind and help them. That's just what you do. Yes, you staying behind, I guess they decided to stay behind with you, to not leave you alone. If you want to say that's your fault for having them stay with you, then I can understand that. But after that fact, how is her actions your fault?
Because if we went through that fucking portal,
I understand that that's how you feel it all snowballs to that, but... And I know you won't believe any of us that say this, but... You know... I've been around you for a good amount of time now. You try and take things onto yourself a lot, even when didn't have a hand in it, or not much of one to begin with. If you want to say it's your fault, then I can't stop you. But no one is going to look to you and think you're the cause.
There's so many other things that are in play. What I saw, she was in some weird form.
all that matters is that I'm making up for it. Okay?
You want to make up for it? Let her go.
No, not yet. She's not dead.
Then you know what? Make her a new body. Give her the choice. If she wants to move on, let her move on. If she wants to continue to live, let her continue to live. But I will guarantee you that death will literally come to her doorstep in front of your eyes and rip her soul in front of your face. Won't care. He'll smile and just say he's doing his job. Everyone has a time. Deals with demons and devils or angels and archangels or not.
Also gonna see if I can get that person in here, Nano. They answered the phone.
What did they say?
They'll wait to see if they're allowed in.
Who?
I know Hybris is out, but I sent her a message to see if she'll allow it.
Who are you asking to bring in?
Someone related to Noru.
The only
Don't know yet,
person
apparently, so...
I know that's related to Noru is Cordelia. And most everyone in here. And they're either asleep or...
Her significant other.
Oh.
They weren't single.
Fair enough.
Though, they don't have the best of reputations here. So maybe it's kind of good that everyone's asleep and not here.
I'm guessing for my room.
Okay.
Alright. Oh. I guess I'll just have to catch Hybris at another time. You. Smarty skirt. Remember, I'll keep in touch with you, okay?
Okay.
And if you ever want to, I don't know, go out, get tea somewhere else, just let me know.
Okay.
I know a couple of good places.
Is she gonna be okay?
Nano's stubborn, but she'll be fine. She just sometimes needs a level-headed person to come by and let her know, hey, things are gonna be fine. Just don't shoulder the weight on your own. She's a good person. Just
what I thought,
does
but
things a little differently. She'll be fine, Pinky. But you will be the first to know once I found Greenie.
please.
Don't worry, you can count on me. Finding things is kind of what I do. Get some rest, okay? I mean, when you can. And try not to fall over. Don't want you to be a rock in a hard place.
I'll try. I'm,
Alright, kid.
kinda don't always have a choice. Sometimes it just happens.
Alright. Oh. Have a good night, okay?
You too. It's good to talk to you.
Mm-hmm. Anytime. I'm just a message away.
Okay.